Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us, and thank you so much for your patience as we had a few technical difficulties this morning. So we appreciate your patience, and we are excited to get started. My name is Christina Zavala, and I am the Imperial County SELPA Director, and we are thankful that you are here with us today, our colleagues statewide. Today, we will be focusing on best practices for assessing English learners. With and looking at pre-referral practices and also best practices in assessing our students with disability students that are identified as English learners that may be considered as having a possible disability. We have our presenter today, Jenny Ponzuric, and thank you for joining us. We will provide a link to the slides as we get started. And we have friends both in person and within Zoom. So please feel free to access the Zoom link or access the Q&A through our webinar. And we will get to your questions as soon as possible. But without further ado, I will hand it over to our presenter, Jenny Ponzuric. Thank you so much.
All right. Good morning, everyone. All right. Thank you for those of you who are here in person, my friends over here. Thank you to all of our colleagues who came online as well. So let's go ahead and get started. And I want to give a little bit of background about me. So my background is in the wonderful world of school psychology. I got my school neuropsych certificate through Dr. Dan Miller's program. In California, we're allowed to call ourselves school neuropsychologists, which is quite nice. So I practiced as a school psychologist in a district in the Ventura County area for 13 years. After that, I decided to try my hand at administration, and I worked as an administrator at the Ventura County Office of Education for about 3.5 years. I helped support our special ed teachers in our teacher support program with their induction or BITSA process. I always say, it took me about 3 years to figure out I didn't want to be an administrator. That wasn't really my passion. So since 2016, I have been working independently. I'm not employed by any school districts, but I get to do lots of work with lots of different school districts all around our wonderful state of California. So I do lots of trainings on topics anywhere from learning disabilities to dyslexia to talking about report writing and working with English learners. I also get to help support a couple of my local school districts with some overflow assessments. So for all of you who work in special education, I always like to say I am not doing as many evaluations as all of you. However, I do still get to do the SST 504 IEP process. And I also have a small private practice as well. So let's see, is there anything? Oh, no, I think I got everything on that list there. Let's talk about the most important things. When are we having lunch? Right? That's always the important question. I don't know about you, but when I come to full day trainings, I'm always like, is it like early or is it like 1? Because, I'm hungry all the time. So we are going to take an official morning break. We're going to break for lunch around 11:30, and we're going to break for an hour. Okay, so for all of you on Zoom, and that's because all of our friends here get to go out and find some lunch, so that's why we need that amount of time. So we'll break for about an hour, and then we're done here by 3 o'clock. All right? Now, for those of you who have questions along the way, for all of my colleagues who are here in person, I am definitely not one of those people that you have to wait till the end to ask your questions, okay? You're gonna forget them. I'm gonna forget what we talked about hours ago. So as we're moving through the information, please feel free to go ahead and ask your questions at any time. For all of our friends who are on Zoom, ask your questions at any time. We have people who are monitoring the Q&A, and they will just notify me when there are questions that are coming up that they cannot answer, all right? I think that's what I wanted to talk about. Okay, so these are our main learning objectives, and some of these are going to be really helpful for those of you who work in the general ed side of our world, and a lot of these things are going to be really helpful for those of you who work mainly special education. Right? And I know we have some people who get to work in both worlds. So we're going to kick off by answering the question, what are some resources for our pre-referral team and tools for our multidisciplinary teams all along the way? We're going to do a little bit of reflection this morning. I just have to admit, I think it's really impressive that all of you are here in person or on Zoom. It is like the last Friday of April. This is our super busy time. So I know it's a lot to just even hang out with me. So thank you so much for doing that. This is also a really great time of the year before, we pack everything up and head out for the summer to really reflect on what did we notice, right? What did we notice this year about our data? What is our data telling us? So we're going to spend a little time this morning kind of reflecting on some of that data. And some of you may have access to this data. Some of you may want to bring some of these questions back to the people back at your school sites. All right. One of the questions that we have a lot around is when we have students with learning disabilities, how much of the issues that we are seeing in our standardized testing can be attributed to the second language acquisition process versus an actual learning disability, right? Many school districts in California are unfortunately finding way too many English learners eligible for special education. Sometimes we have school districts that we feel like we're not qualifying and we're not identifying them early enough because a lot of times we have questions about, is this a second language acquisition difficulty or is this truly a learning disability? And there's not one magical like, oh, all you have to do is ask this question, right? All you have to do is this one simple thing. Nope, nope, nope. That's not how our world works. So we're going to talk about that along the way as well. What are some things that we want to take into consideration? What kind of data do we want to make sure that we're collecting? What kind of evidence do we want to make sure that we are documenting so that we are feeling comfortable and confident if it truly is a learning disability that we are calling that a learning disability? Now, speaking of learning disabilities, we know that one of the exclusionary factors for learning disabilities is culture and language. And I will just admit, early on in my career, when I had to look at learning disabilities, which is frequent, right? It's the largest category of eligibility for special education in our state. It's a lot of kids that we are looking at. My schools that I have worked at, mainly high levels of English learners in my school settings. And we've always had to look at these exclusionary factors. And some of the questions that come up is like, how confident are you when we are writing those pieces, when we're talking about those pieces at our meetings to say, culture and language, are they the primary influence? Are they just contributing to this situation? And that's hard. I always felt like at the beginning of my career, I was kind of typing it like this, like, I think it's this, but I didn't have as much data or many different ways to look at that. So I'm going to share with you a couple of ways to feel a little bit more confident going into those meetings. We're going to talk about ways that I've done this when I've had really great MTSS at my school, and that we had enough data at the pre-referral level in order for us to be able to take a look at the impact of culture and language, because we had so many students on our school sites that were similar cultural and linguistic backgrounds. And then we're also going to talk about a tool called the CLIM, the Culture Language Interpretive Matrix, which its whole intention is to look at culture and language and the impact of that. Now, that CLIM is part of a software program that most school psychologists have access to, but maybe not all. I'm going to share with you an online folder, one of my Google Drive folders, and in there, there's actually a free version of this program. So if you don't have the actual XPath software program where the Culture Language Interpretive Matrix or the CLIM lives, I'm going to share with you that if you wanted to play along this afternoon when we get into that program, that you are welcome to download a free version and play along with that, okay? So that's kind of our plan for our time together today. In your handout, you see the tiny URL. This usually works, but it's not working for everyone in this room. So if you want to try the tiny URL at the top of your screen, you're going to stop at CLD. For those of you where that is not working for you, we did go ahead and add in the bit.ly link as well, and we can check to see if that's working for you. Obviously, I just typed that on in because our tech people just created that, so you're not going to see that in your handout. When you type that in, you want to make sure you're typing it in your browser at the top of your screen. Do not Google for it in the middle of your screen. And you know you're in the right space when you actually see a bunch of different resources, so you know you're accessing the Google Drive folder. All right. So for all of my colleagues who are here in person, if you want to just let me know, is everyone able to either do the tiny URL or the bit.ly? Is it working? Okay. Yay. Yay, yay, yay. Now, to be really clear, all of those resources in there will continue to be made available to you at either of these sites, or you can bookmark it, or you can download them. But if you come back to this next school year in the fall, because maybe right now as we walk through some of this information today, you might be like, I don't have time to even think about this. I don't have time to process through a lot of this. But these are some great resources that I definitely want our team to be looking at in the fall. You will be able to go back to that tiny URL and still have access to it. I do not take away your access, okay? As long as the Wi-Fi is nice to you, you should be able to go ahead and access it. In addition, I get this question a lot. If you have colleagues who are not able to be here either on Zoom or in person, and you think these resources would be helpful, share them with anyone, okay? Please share them with other people, okay? That's why we're creating all this stuff, right? So that we can share that we are all have access to these different resources here, okay? Now, one of the resources that you're going to see that's in there is the California Practitioner's Guide for Educating English Learners with Disabilities. And for my friends who are here in person, if you don't mind just raising your hand, how many of you have actually looked at this document? A couple of you have. Okay. All right. No worries for those of you who haven't yet. I have to admit, I don't know if everyone out there knows that this document exists, which is why I think it's always important for me to talk about it. This came out in 2019 from CDE, and it is looking at educating our English learners with disabilities. There is so much amazing information in this document, all the way from identifying who's an EL student and who's not an EL student, determining what are some things we should be doing at the MTSS RTI level, at a pre-referral level. What are things for considerations if we are going to evaluate the student for special education? If the student is eligible, it's going to give us information about linguistically appropriate IEPs. It's got great information in there. Now, inside that Google Drive folder, you will see this document. So for all of you who are like, I've never seen it before, it is in there. And you're going to see a couple of other documents that are there as well from a couple of other SELPAs out there that have some other documents around working with English learners. I have to admit, I really like this one because it is written by CDE. And therefore, if I'm at a school site that I feel like we're not doing all the things we should be doing, that I'm able to be like, we have a document from CDE that says we're supposed to be doing this. I love that it includes language directly from California Ed Code and IDEA about our kids with disabilities, so that we don't have to question, like, what are we supposed to be doing and what is just things that we're encouraged to do. So I just highlighted a couple of pieces. We're going to be looking at some of these resources as we move through our time together today. Section 2 is all about that pre-referral and referral assessment and IEP process. Specifically within Section 2, Chapter 3 is all about that referral process. And I put in parentheses the page numbers for a couple of the resources that I really go to more frequently. There are some nice tables starting on page 113 that talk about differentiating between language acquisition and disability. We're going to take a look at those. Starting on page 139, requirements for assessing an English learner suspected of having a disability. What are we required to do, right? And then starting on page 150, there's information about linguistically and culturally sensitive assessments. A lot of great information. Again, for all of you who are here and maybe some of your colleagues aren't able to be here, feel free to share all of this information, including the handout, because I think there's just some really great information here. All right. So as I mentioned, we're going to kind of kick things off with looking at our data. And many of you in the room are not going to have access to this right away. Some of you who may be school psychologists in the room, you're like, hold on, let me just bring up my spreadsheet real quick. But for a lot of us, I just want you to think about this maybe in general. I want you to, yeah, let's just think about it in general right now. And then for some of these questions that we're going to be walking through, it may be important for you to bring this back to your school team and talk about what are our actual data pieces? What are the numbers for us this school year? So what I am going to ask you to do right now is just go ahead. For those of you in person, you have this printed. So I just want you to jot down, what are the top 3 reasons for referral for special ed consideration for your English learners this school year? So just jot them down on your handout there. Is it reading? Is it behavior? Is it anxiety? Is it attention? Is it math? Is it everything? What are the top 3 reasons for referral for special ed consideration? And again, if you're like, I'm not 100% sure, you could probably take a good guess, right? And then what I want you to do is I want you to think about what you wrote down as reason number 1. And on the next slide, what I want you to do in that column is I want you to list out what evidence-based interventions are available at your school site to help support that concern. So if your first concern was reading, does your school have any evidence-based reading intervention programs? If your first reason was anxiety, are there any social emotional supports at the general education level? Do you have counselors? Do you have school psychologists? Is there SEL being done in the school setting? And then look at what your reason 2 was and think about, look at that. Think about for reason 2, what kind of evidence-based interventions are available at your school site or sites for those of you who are at the district level. And then brainstorm that for reason number 3 as well. I'm going to invite my colleagues who are here in the room, go ahead and find someone sitting near you and share with them what are the top 3 reasons that your English learners are being referred for special ed evaluations, and what kind of resources are available at your school site. Go ahead and find someone to talk to. Make sure everyone has someone to talk to. Use your good social skills. All right, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and finish up that conversation. I'm going to go ahead and come back together here. Now, we're definitely going to be talking about today, like what to do once that assessment plan is signed. But for a lot of school districts where we're looking at an over-identification of English learners in special education, I think one of the things we always have to be thoughtful of is what's going on in general education, right? Is anything going on in general education? For some of you, as you were listing some of these out, you might have paused and thought, what do we have going on? Right? I have definitely worked at some schools where reading interventions, I could list out a couple. And I'm working at a school right now, I would have nothing to write there. We have no evidence-based reading interventions at that school site that I'm helping out at, right? Some things we are doing really great with, some things our schools are really struggling with. But one of the things that we are supposed to be doing with all of our students, whether they're English learners or not, when we are evaluating them for special education is really look at, do they actually have to have special ed, right? Or could their needs be met in gen ed? And part of the problem is for a lot of our schools, we're like, well, there's nothing in gen ed to meet this need, right? Now, most of you in the room, you came over here and most of you in this room, you're like, we already know this, right? So we're going to talk about how might we influence those decision makers if you yourself are not the decision maker at your school site, right? Many of us in our roles are not the end all be all. They're going to be like, we're changing things next year and this is what we're going to be doing. But one of the first things we need to identify is, what is our data telling us, right? What are those main reasons for referral? Do we have any intervention programs that can help support our students? So now I want you to think about this question. Approximately what percentage for your initial referrals for special education for your EL students actually qualify for special education? Just go ahead and circle one of those overall. And again, you might not have that exact data. Some of you might not be at every single IEP meeting at your school site. Some of you may have some information here about exactly all the kids that are referred, what percentage are actually meeting eligibility criteria? How many kids are we evaluating that we're finding not to be eligible? Because sometimes this can be reflective of a couple of different things, right? I remember looking at my data one year as a school psychologist at the end of the year and realizing that in certain grade levels, we had a high number of kids who were not being found eligible. And so we talked about, like, what do we need to do to talk with those teachers about, do they understand why such a large percentage of our kids who are not meeting eligibility are at this grade level? What's going on there? Why were these students not found eligible? We definitely wanted to make sure to connect with our gen ed staff so they understood. And we really wanted to take a look at our pre-referral process as well. How great were we at that magical question when we're sitting around, whether you guys call it a student study team meeting or any sort of pre-referral meeting? Those meetings can be a lot sometimes. As a school psychologist, I remember sitting at those meetings and there'd be like 5, 6 people, sometimes more around the table. And we're all just kind of shoving data at one another and we're sharing all this information. And then there's this quiet pause that just goes across the crowd. And they usually look at like the special ed people in the room. And they're like, are we gonna test this kid or not? Right? And you're like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm still trying to catch up here, right? A lot of times it's a lot of information to take in. These are really big decisions. Do we think we have enough data here? So sometimes it's helpful to just know on the other side of that, how many of these kids that we did go through this entire process with, and yes, we learn a lot of information about our students when we evaluate them. But what exactly is our percentage of students being found eligible and not eligible? I think that's important information to take a look at. Because when we think about special education, whether we're talking about learning disabilities, an orthopedic impairment, a speech and language impairment, all of our areas of disabilities always have 3 prongs to them, right? Not only do we need to determine that a disability actually exists, but we actually then have to move on to make sure that that disability has a negative effect on their educational performance. And that negative effect requires special education and related services. So for some of our areas of eligibility, for example, something like an orthopedic impairment, a traumatic brain injury, a hearing impairment, or a vision impairment, usually in those cases, that whole documentation of the child has a disability many times is kind of like the easiest part of the conversation, right? Like an audiologist comes in and says the child has a hearing impairment, right? A doctor says the child has cerebral palsy. Then our team is then just going to be focusing in on these two, right? What is, if any, a negative effect on their educational performance, and does that require special ed? And then when we have things like learning disabilities and other health impairment and speech or language impairment, we're documenting all 3 of those. And I think sometimes we get very focused. I'm a school neuropsychologist. I'm always the first to admit, I love a good standardized test. I love looking at numbers. I love data. Sometimes you just take a look at all the numbers and you're like, look, I got enough numbers. They look like they have a learning disability. Or I have enough numbers. Yeah, this is definitely, look at those elevations for attention. This is definitely an other health impairment. And we don't always, and I'm going to admit this for myself, I have not always taken as much time, I think, to really be documenting these other pieces as well. What exactly is this impact on their educational performance? And does a child actually require special ed and related services? Now, for a lot of students that I evaluate over the last 20 plus years of my career, we're doing that evaluation because we already think this, right? We've exhausted gen ed resources. We've done everything we think over there. This kid's progress is very different than all the other kids in the intervention program. All the other kids are making this kind of progress. My kid's not. Some of our kids, this kind of information seems pretty obvious. But especially now, especially still reflecting on the less than ideal instruction that our students receive through distance learning, we're really wondering, are all of these students who are unfortunately struggling because of that situation, do they all require special ed? That's, I think, a really good question. Do they all require it? Or is this student's overall learning profile, their academic skills, look kind of like a big majority of that grade level? Because if their learning profile looks like a lot of the other students, why would I say that kid requires special ed, right? So the next reflection question here is, at approximately how many of those initial IEP meetings is there a true discussion, or has there been a true discussion of whether the child requires or needs special ed? So I want you to circle a number for those of you who attend IEP meetings. Think about this, because I will admit, we don't like deeply go into this conversation at every single meeting. Some meetings, we really have a big conversation about this. I was participating in an evaluation for a student. Originally, the parent had asked for a 504 plan. The 504 team denied it, said they thought it was just a motivation issue. So of course, parent turned around and requested a special ed eval. I'm like, thanks 504 team, you could have just said yes, right? We would have been in a very different spot. So I'm part of this evaluation, and this kid, he's got some struggles. He's got some attention issues. He's got some writing issues. Like, there's no question, like, our data shows that. But in all honesty, it was one that I really went out of my way to talk to the parent ahead of the meeting. And I said, I'm just curious, because you originally were just asking for accommodations. And now we're doing this big evaluation, and we're going to be talking about whether or not your child meets eligibility and requires special ed. What do you think your kid needs? And I told the IEP team before the meeting, I go, I had this really great conversation with the parent. They're thinking about things. We need to think about things. This is going to be a big conversation at our meeting. We are not going to just fly past this. We need to actually have this conversation to determine, do we actually think this kid requires special ed? And I will admit, this meeting took longer than most of our meetings. We actually had to pause at one point and do a part 2 later on because the parent was like, I got things to do. We're like, okay, which was great. We all took a break and had some thinking time in between meeting 1 and meeting 2. No one likes to have a meeting 2, I know that. It takes even more scheduling, but it was a really interesting thing. And it was so interesting to me because I'd been a part of that team before. And usually I know how most of the IEPs work over there. And usually we're just like bam, 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 and we get through our stuff. And because I gave everyone permission to really think through this and be upfront about their thoughts about it, we had a really great discussion that we don't usually have. And it really made me reflect on, why don't we have this kind of conversation at a lot more meetings? Because I will say, for me, for most of the meetings I'm in, it's a pretty small percentage that we have like a real in-depth discussion about this. So along with that, what kind of data and evidence do you use at your school sites to determine if a student actually requires or needs? Those are 2 words that are used frequently in both our federal and our state language. Requires or needs special education. Nowhere does it ask the question, do we think this child will benefit from special ed? Yet I hear that a lot in our conversations. Someone will say, but I think you would really benefit from special ed. And you know what? I would think most of our kids would benefit from special ed. That's not our obligation. Our obligation is to document that this child requires or needs special ed. So I want you to go find your partner again, go talk with them and share with them, what exactly do you guys use? And if for those of you who maybe aren't a school psychologist, but you've been at an IEP meeting, what kind of conversations have you heard around this requires or needs? Go ahead and find someone to talk to. If you didn't like the other person, look to your other side, talk to someone else. All right. I'm going to have you pause this conversation. I'm going to ask you to bring your attention back up here. A lot of times when we're talking about special education, a lot of times when we are at that level, we're either at an SST process or an IEP process, a lot of times our schools are able to provide us with some great data. And one of the things that I have found is that we're focusing on this student's data and we're not always get the context of everyone else's data, right? Because sometimes teachers will come in and they'll say like, this kid is struggling and I put him in the intervention program and he's still behind. Okay, that's one level of information I'm curious about. How did all the other kids in the intervention program do? Right? Did everyone else's progress take off and this kid's data looks very different? That's going to tell me something different. How is everybody else at the grade level doing? That's going to tell me some other information as well, right? And it's hard because a lot of times when we're at these individual student meetings, of course, I'm not bringing up other kids' names, right? We're not like, let me show you all of the data for my entire class, right? We're not bringing that kind of stuff up, but is there a way to get some more context to understand how to interpret this information, right? So for those of you who have universal screening data, for those of you who have progress monitoring data, I am always interested in this individual student's progress, but I also want to know what else is going on at a bigger context, right? That's going to help me figure out, does this kid require special ed? Or is this kid making the same kind of progress all the other kids are? Because if so, I'm assuming that the teacher's making gen ed curriculum accessible to everybody, right? If everyone is struggling because everyone got impacted by distance learning, right? Now, I'll be very upfront. Having my schools talk about doing something a little bit different than how we've always done things is a hard thing to do. It's hard to change things. It's really hard. Even if everyone wants to, it's hard to do it. It's so much easier to just do it the same way. It just is. So I wanted to bring in a couple of videos. I checked the sound, so all of you in here should be able to hear it. And we're just going to cross our fingers for our friends on Zoom that they're able to hear these as well. And these videos I just really like because they talk about why change is so hard. So I want you to reflect on, as you're listening to this video, I want you to think about your school site or sites that you work with. I want you to think about the conversations you've had in the past or maybe this year about, gosh, we have a lot of referrals for reading. Wouldn't it be great if we had a reading intervention program? And they're like, that would be great. But we don't actually move forward in our process. I want you to just think about that. So we're going to cross our fingers. This might. Look at that.
You hear something a lot about change, and that is that people don't change because they're too lazy. I want to go to bat for the lazy people for a second, because I think that what looks like laziness is often exhaustion. Let me tell you about a fascinating study in psychology. So picture the scene. Some students come into a lab, and it smells amazing. Somebody's just baked fresh chocolate chip cookies. And in front of them is a table, and on the table are two bowls. And one of the bowls has the fresh baked chocolate chip cookies. The other bowl has a bunch of radishes. Now, some of the students are asked to eat a couple of the cookies, but to leave the radishes alone. Another group of students is asked to eat several of the radishes, but to leave the cookies alone. Now, while these radish eaters are sitting there nibbling on this rabbit food, the researchers go out of the lab. They're trying to induce temptation. They're trying to see, will these radish eaters sneak a cookie? It's kind of sadistic when you think about it. But the radish eaters are strong. They resist the cookies. Not a single one of them sneaks one. And meanwhile, as you can imagine, the cookie eaters don't experience the same kind of temptation to binge on the radishes. So, study appears to be over. And then both groups are asked to go on to a second step that doesn't appear to be related. It looks like a kind of logic puzzle where they're asked to trace out a complicated geometric shape without raising their pencil above the paper. Unbeknownst to them, this task was designed to be impossible, can't be done. The researchers simply wanted to see how long they would persist in a difficult task. Well, so the cookie eaters, they try and they try and they try and they go on for an average of 19 minutes trying to solve this impossible puzzle. The radish eaters, they last on average 8 minutes. Why this huge gap? Well, the answer may surprise you. The radish eaters ran out of self-control. After they were reining themselves in, resisting those cookies, they didn't have enough energy left to rein themselves in to keep doing a frustrating task. And this is something that psychologists have proven again and again. Self-control, in the broad sense of the term, meaning anytime we're really monitoring our own behavior carefully, is exhaustible. That helps to explain some common things we all experience, like when we're at work and it's been a really hard day and we come home and we're more likely to snap at our partners or to eat more than we should. Now, here's why all of this matters for change situations. Because in almost every change situation, what we're doing is we're substituting new, unfamiliar behaviors for behaviors that are older and more comfortable. And that burns self-control. So think of your morning routine, for instance. You have a way, a system for showering and brushing your teeth, and you've been doing it for so long it's unconscious, it's effortless. What if you wanted to redesign the whole thing from top to bottom? You could do it, but it would take tremendous self-control. You would have to monitor yourself every second of the morning, and by the time you got to work, you'd be mentally exhausted. What looks like laziness is often exhaustion. Change simply wears people out. Even well-intentioned people will simply run out of self-control after a while. To learn more about this very interesting research in psychology,
Quick moment here. I bring this up because it really makes me think about the last couple of years in education. I don't know about you, but when school buildings first closed down and all of us were like, oh, kids didn't get instruction for a couple of months. Oh, look, we're getting interesting instruction this year. One of the thoughts in my head was, our kids are going to need intervention. They're going to need social emotional intervention. They're going to need academic intervention. And I was looking around waiting for schools to be like, let's get this done. We've got this reading intervention program. We are ready to go. Let's get some data, da-da-da. And I realized at the end of, the 2021 school year, I was like, no one did anything. I mean, some people did some things, but really no one did anything, right? And I'm like, why? Because they had an emergency board meeting every week, right? Every week, principals were like, oh, we are doing distance learning. Oh, no, we're coming back. Oh, it's hybrid? Oh, okay. Oh, my teacher's out. Now what are we going to do? And then I thought, okay, next year's coming up, 21, 22 school year. Let's do this. And you know what happened? Do you remember what happened last year? Last year, I like to refer to that as our quarantine year. Remember that time where we didn't have any teachers because they were all at home on quarantine, right? We didn't have enough teachers for our classrooms. Our kids were going out left and right and they had to stay home. And I was like, okay, I understand why we weren't focused on interventions and we weren't focused on all of these things that in my mind, I'm like, why aren't we doing this yet? Why? Because our principals and our admin were in the classroom teaching a class, right? It was last year that I had on some of the school psych Facebook groups, school psychologists were like, if someone asked me to sub in a class, am I allowed to do that? And I'm like, uh-oh, like what's going on here? This year is another crazy year, right? I'm hoping that we don't have as much exhaustion next year. But at some point, we're going to have to figure out how are we going to help our kids, right? How are we going to help close that or close it a little bit more of that achievement gap, right? Those second graders, how many of you work at the elementary level? Second graders this year? I don't know about you. I cringe every time someone refers a second grader. because I'm like, oh, you had kindergarten in distance learning year. Oh, good. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, next year y'all be third graders. All right, we're going to get a lot of referrals from you guys too, right? At some point, we're going to have to figure out how we're going to help that group because they can't all be in special ed, right? So our friend here who did this video, he is one of the authors of this book, Switch. He's either Chip or Dan. I forgot which one they said his name was. How to Change Things When Change is Hard. If you've never taken a look at any of their books, they've written a number of books. And we're going to talk about Dan Pink's book too as well. Both of the books I think are really helpful because they're not just educationally focused. They do a really good job to talk about why, like just that psychology study that he talked about with, right, the cookies and the radishes. They'll talk about like why and the research studies that prove some of these things, but then they go into application as well. And I think that's always so important, right? Is how do we apply some of this information? So I wanted to give you one video of a little bit of the why, and then we're gonna go into a video from Daniel Pink. Many people are familiar with his book, Drive, which was a book all about motivation and what motivates us. He also wrote this book, To Sell is Human, The Surprising Truth About Moving Others. And one of the things that I really liked about this book is he actually says everyone's trying to sell. Right? We're trying to sell our idea about where we want to go on vacation, right? We're trying to sell our idea of these kids need a reading intervention program, right? We're trying to sell a lot of ideas. So I'm going to share a video that he actually has a tip on how to kind of move forward when we're feeling like we're kind of getting stuck with stuff. So let's see if this one comes up. Look at that. Nope, not at all. Okay, no worries, everyone. I have it ready to go up here.
So let me give you a hypothetical. Suppose that you're a parent and you have a daughter, say a teenage daughter, whose room is an absolute mess. It just looks like a bomb went off in there, and you want your daughter to clean your room. You're trying to sell her on the idea of cleaning her room. What do? Well, you could try to bribe her, and that might work in the short term. You could try to threaten her. That might work in the short term. You can try to exhort her. You can try to tell her about the meaning of clean rooms. But there's actually a technique from the counseling literature, really crystallized by a fellow named Mike Pantalon of Yale University, called motivational interviewing. And what you can do more effectively is ask two irrational questions. So let's say that you have a daughter named Maria, and Maria has a messy room, and you want Maria to clean her room. The two questions you could ask Maria are this. Maria, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 meaning I'm not ready at all, 10 meaning I'm ready to do it right now, how ready are you, Maria, to clean your room? Now, Maria's room is a pigsty, so she's not going to give she's not going to give you a 10 or a 9 or even a 5. Maybe she'll give you a 2. Okay, so she says, Dad, I'm a 2. Well, here's where the second question comes in, and it's a really interesting counterintuitive question. You say to Maria, okay, Maria, you're a 2. Why didn't you pick a lower number? Now, our instincts as parents is to say, as a parent of 3 kids, I have this instinct very strongly. If my kid were to say to me, I'm a 2, I would say, what? Why are you a 2? You should be a 9. But you say, why didn't you pick a lower number, Maria? So here's what happens. Maria has to explain why she isn't a 1. Okay? And so she says, well, I am 15 and I probably should get my act together. If I had my room cleaner, I'd be able to get to school on time faster and maybe see my friends a little bit more. You and Mom never know where anything is anyway, so I'm kind of wasting my time asking you to help me. What happens? With that second question, why didn't you pick a lower number? Maria begins articulating her own reasons for doing something. And this is really axiomatic in sales and persuasion. When people have their own reasons for doing something, not yours, their own reasons for doing something, they believe those reasons more deeply and adhere to the behavior more strongly. Now, suppose Maria says, Dad, on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm a 1. Okay? That makes things a little more complicated, but it's actually really, really important to understand this. If you say to Maria, if Maria says, Dad, I'm a 1, here's what you say to Maria. Maria, what can we do to make you a 2? And what often that does is this. Maria will say, well, maybe if you and mom help me for 15 minutes to get this started. Maybe if you made me not set the table and take out the trash tonight, that would free up some time for me. Because usually when people are a 1, it's often because, not because they're purely obstinate, it's because there's some kind of environmental obstacle in front of them. And if someone says they're a 1, find out what that obstacle is, try to make them a 2, and that might give you some more momentum. The example I just gave had to do with parenting, but you can use this more universally. Now, you can't whip it out at every single persuasive encounter, but you can use it to persuade your boss. You can use it maybe to persuade a reluctant prospect in an actual sales encounter. You can use it with someone, your neighbor, who's resisting moving his garbage cans or something like that. The key here, and again, you got to go back to first principles here. The key here is that we tend to think that persuasion or motivation is something that one person does to another. And what the social science tells us very clearly is that it's really something that people do for themselves. And your job as a persuader, as a motivator, is to reset the context and surface people's own reasons for doing something, because it works a lot better.
Go ahead and take a moment, talk to someone sitting next to you. Those 2 videos, how do you think that kind of helps your thinking as kind of influencing some of our decision makers that we work with? Go ahead and talk with someone sitting near you. Oh, how do you think the information from those last 2 videos could be helpful in thinking about influencing the decision makers at their school sites? And it's hard because we can't put them in breakout groups. That's okay. All right, group, let's go ahead and come back together here. Is anyone willing to kind of share what are some things that either you were talking about or your partner was talking about during that time? Thank you. And we have a mic that it's going to seem like it doesn't work because it only works for our people in Zoom.
So one of the things that was talked about was I had kind of shared that I could see myself be using this strategy about asking my general ed teachers what number they're at for, where are we at with providing the student with small group in your class or something like that, and seeing if there's something that either I can do to help them have that time or my principal can help so that they can have that time to do that. So I could see myself using that type of strategy so that there's not a bunch of excuses like, okay, so what can we do to fix it type of thing.
Yeah, so get more focused on problem solving.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyone else willing to share? Okay. One of the things I always think about, because I'm that type of person that I want it done now. Like, I want our schools to fix themselves right now. I want it to just be there. I want us to have some great data. I would love for us to have evidence-based interventions. Like, in my mind, I'm like, why aren't we doing this stuff? And I'd like it to be there tomorrow. And then I always have to remember this is a very long process. And I think about the school district that I was in for 13 years. I was at multiple schools during my time there. One school site in particular, I was actually at my entire 13 years. And that was a school site where we spent a lot of time and energy really focused on improving our Tier 1 practices, looking at our data and figuring out how do we work with our data and not just admire our data, right? Sometimes we stare at our data and we're like, look at those scores, and we do nothing with them, right, other than admire them. And then we worked really hard at actually putting in some Tier 2 intervention programs and to create some progress monitoring and to actually do that. And again, to look at that data. That took years, years and years and years. And it really, in my mind, starts with a question. Because for me, I'm someone who wants it, and I could easily take it over. If someone would just give me the power, I'd be like, let's get it done. But it's also not always my role to do that. I want to participate, but I don't always want to be in charge of everything. So for me, I always like to ask a question and then offer a little bit of support. So I will never forget the moment I looked at my principal and I said, all these kids go down to room 12 to see our our Title I intervention teacher. What are they doing in room 12? And she goes, I don't know. Let's go look. I'm like, what do you mean you don't know? And we went down together. And that intervention teacher was doing the best she could. But she was just pulling things together. It wasn't systematic. It was more like what this teacher said this group of kids needed to work on. And so it was me saying something like, could we look at possibly like a reading program in here? Like maybe I could look up a couple, like what's our budget, Most of my principals, if I ask a question, is it okay if I go look up some reading intervention programs? Most of my principals are going to be like, yeah, that would be really nice. Now, I will say I had a principal I asked that question to, and he was like, that's okay. We don't need that. I was like, all right, I'm not going to spend a lot of time and energy moving forward here, right? We're at a 1 over here, right? So let me spend my energy in some other places, right? Or if that was a school site that had a different admin, I would just be like, let's go to the AP. Let's go talk to somebody else here, right? So it was really just asking a question and then figuring out how to move forward in the process, baby step by baby step by baby step. All right. I did want to pause and just kind of see before we move into our next section, were there any questions in the Q&A or any questions from our group here? Yes. Yeah. Yeah. We're going to look at that in just a quick moment. We definitely know that when we have way too big of a percentage of tier 2, we're doing something wrong in tier 1, right? That's what that data is telling us, right? And that's what I'm hearing from that question. So let's go ahead and move into that piece then. Get past this. There we go. Let's talk about some different resources that are available. And when I think about when we do sign an assessment plan, I have to admit the amount of work we have to do after that assessment plan is signed is definitely impacted by our pre-referral processes at our school sites. What kind of data are we gathering before we even make the decision to move forward with the evaluation, right? What kind of data are we looking at numerically? What kind of data are we pulling from parents? What type of data are we gathering from teachers? So that if we had a really strong way to gather this information at the pre-referral level to help support all of our students, when we do decide to go ahead and sign that assessment plan, it makes that process a little bit easier. So I want to give you just a little bit of reflection time here. And I just want you to think about your own pre-referral process, which is just my nice way of saying student study team, child study team, intervention progress team, whatever you guys call that team at your school site. What is working really well when you think about that process, and what could be improved? What is working really well and what could be improved? You can talk it out, you can write it out, whatever works best for your brain. All right, let's go ahead and come back together here. Now, we are approaching very quickly the end of our school year, and if this is something that you think could be helpful for your team, I would actually invite you to actually check in with your team at your school sites. I've done little surveys before the end of school years to get input from teachers, right? Not only do what I think is going right with this process, what do my teachers think are going right with this process, right? I had a group that I was getting a little bit of feedback. They said it takes forever for our kid to actually be discussed. It took months, right? They filled out the form and it took months. And then they were really frustrated because all of our ideas that we talked about, they're like, we've already done this. Like it seemed like a waste of their time. At that point, they were so frustrated. They were like, and then when we said we weren't thinking of, evaluation for special ed was appropriate, they were just feeling so defeated with the whole process. So that was some really great feedback. We had to figure out, number one, how to speed up the process. And number two, How can we gather better information about what has already been tried? And a lot of my teachers really appreciate when we have a lot of checklists. But what I found was if I just give a whole list of possible strategies to try, everyone checks them all, right? And you're like, well, how long did you try that for? And they're like, 1 minute, 1 day, 3 years ago, right? You're like, no, like exactly what are the main strategies you've been doing to really support our students here, right? So one of the things that we did at one of my school sites, because there were a lot of kids that had a lot of concerns. And in all honesty, when we looked at the number of kids that we talked about at like a student study team meeting, there weren't enough meeting dates for us to really thoroughly talk about all these kids in a year. We just didn't have that time on top of IEP meetings and actually trying to get our work done on top of that. So what we decided to do at that school site is at that elementary school, we had grade level meetings. We didn't invite parents. We just talked about all of the kids that they were concerned about as a group. And we did that on a regular basis. And then student study teams were left for that individual kid who, after that big conversation, still was not making the kind of progress. But it wasn't like, I always think about this one teacher, it was about this time of the year where like she dropped off like 10 referrals to SST at the end of April. And I said, are you joking? Like 10? And she's like, well, I just want us to have a meeting. I don't think they need to be all tested. I just want it documented that I'm concerned about it. And I said, I heard it. I'll write it down. We're not meeting on 10 kids between now and the end of the school year. That's an entire day, right? That's an entire day of multiple people's time. And so I was like, we got to figure something else out, because what I found out is what most of my teachers needed was that other people knew that these kids were struggling and that we were brainstorming ideas for the large majority of kids that were struggling. So going back to the question that came in through Zoom and the Q&A, one of the big questions is, what are the areas of concern? Before you just start throwing out tier 1 strategies, the question is, what does our data say about where the areas of concern are? I had heard in this room some people, when we were doing one of our talk to your neighbor moments, I heard some things about STAR testing. Great universal screener tool. However, for a lot of our kids, at some point, the STAR testing only looks at reading comprehension skills, which is great. It's a great way to look at that. However, low reading comprehension skills does not mean that a child automatically needs reading comprehension strategies. Because you could have 5 kids who all get the same score on the STAR reading test for 5 different reasons. You could have one student who truly has comprehension issues. You have another student who actually can't read very quickly, and that test is going way too quickly, and that's why they're scoring low. You have another kid who still can't read the words on the page, right? You have another kid who doesn't care about the test, right? There's so many different things that could impact that. It's one piece of data, but we gotta back it into what's the actual underlying reason for these low STAR scores, right? That's gonna help us figure out what we need to do better in tier 1. That's gonna help us identify what kind of tier 2 strategies we need. We can't just look at that data. Universal screening data, the intention of that is for us to put kids into 2 categories. These kids I'm not concerned about, these kids I'm concerned about. Now I look at these kids that I'm concerned about, now we gotta figure out what's going on with these kids, right? We might need to do a little bit more diagnostic kind of evaluation to figure out what's going on so that I'm not wasting my time with a tier 1 or tier 2 strategy that's not appropriate for these kids. So where exactly is the breakdown, right? So this, I think, can be a really helpful thing to do. Maybe not the first week of May, but before everyone leaves the school site, sometimes I think it can be really helpful to figure out what's been working in our system and what's not been working. What do the gen ed teachers think about this pre-referral system? What do our special ed friends think about this system? What does our admin think about this system? Sometimes I like to include my, my person who helped me schedule all the meetings, right? Our school secretary, I will never forget one day, she goes, if you send me one more email today asking me to schedule another meeting, I might murder you. And I said, okay, that's why I was here. So I'm just gonna go now and I will see you next week, right? There's a lot of meetings, a lot of scheduling. We had to figure out a better way to schedule. That was what I learned from that interaction there, right? So inside your Google Drive folder, right, that tiny URL or the bit.ly for whoever's that works for, you have a couple of resources that are here. One of the resources that we already talked about is the one labeled 06, that California Guide for Educating Our English Learners with Disabilities, and that's a document from CDE. The first 3 documents that I shared in here are documents, just the ones that I've gathered from different places, and I picked these because I like some of their tables. I like some of their questionnaires. I like some of those appendices, right? We're always looking like, all right, what do we like about our forms and what we're asking people to fill out? What kind of questions should we be asking to help us figure out where are these areas of concern? Are there different ways to do this? So I gave you 3 documents here. This first one is from San Diego Unified. The second one originated in the Santa Barbara SELPA, and this one's from Ventura County. That's where I have done most of my work. And so what I want to do is just give everyone a couple of minutes, whether you're on Zoom or here in person, and just go ahead and take a quick moment and just look at the table of contents, okay? Many times we come to these meetings and you're like the best intention and you're like, these are great resources. And you're like, I have no time to look at these. So if we take just a couple of quick minutes and look at the table of contents, it might intrigue you enough to put this on your end of the school year or beginning of the fall list of things to come back to. So I'll give you a couple quick minutes to look at those. So again, for those of you who are working at school sites, either some things that you think your school may need to work on, some of the questions that are asked, some of the documents that are completed. I think it's always nice to see what are some other possibilities that exist out there for you yourself and your role in all of this pre-referral. You know, a lot of us are looking at this information through different lenses here, but I did want to share a couple of resources here. I also just wanted to walk through a couple of these additional resources and then we'll take our morning break. The document labeled 04 says the 6 stages of second language acquisition. I know that most of you in this room and most of you on Zoom, you're like, I already know this stuff. One of the things I have found though is that just like all of us in our different fields, we got shoved a lot of information in our university programs and in all the other trainings we've been to since that time. And sometimes things get forgotten. So I have found that to be a useful document, just as some quick one-page reminders for some of our colleagues who may need some reminders about where our students are at with that stage of second language acquisition. I also gave you here in the document labeled 05 the ELA-ELD framework from California, specifically chapter 2. And the reason why I picked this chapter to share with you is because it's in this chapter that they talk about the difference between designated and integrated ELD time. Now, when we look at that distance learning year, a lot of us cringe when we think about ELD time for those students, right? We probably did not do the best job possible available out there. So now that all of our kids are mainly back in person, we want to make sure that we understand when should we be doing that designated ELD time versus that integrated ELD time. Some of our schools are doing a really great job. You could pinpoint exactly when that designated ELD time is being provided. Some of our schools struggle with that still. So I wanted to share that with all of you. The last one we're going to take a look at before our break is this one labeled 07, some EL intervention websites. So there's a lot of intervention websites that exist out there. I picked these specifically. Couple of them are very specific to English learners. So many of you are familiar with Reading Rockets and its sister site, Coloring Colorado. Coloring Colorado is looking at support specifically for our English learners. There's a number of amazing resources that you can download for parents in home language. So I think that's very nice. What Works Clearinghouse, many of us are familiar with that website. They have a lot of great information about evidence-based intervention programs. What I really appreciate about both What Works Clearinghouse and Best Evidence Encyclopedia is that they're not trying to sell you anything, right? If you are looking at a specific intervention program's website, I'm going to pick on Read Naturally just for a quick moment here. I love that program, by the way. If you go to the Read Naturally website, there's going to be a button at their screen that says something about their research that supports the use of their program. And if you look at the research studies that they put on their website, it's only going to be research studies that support the use of their program. I cannot imagine working for Read Naturally and them having some study and they're like, this totally didn't work. Let's put this on our website. No one would ever say that, right? What I like about What Works Clearinghouse and Best Evidence Encyclopedia is they're taking a look at all the research studies that are out there to really figure out the effectiveness of these different programs. What Works Clearinghouse has a specific button right on the front page all about English learners. So if you're looking for some specific evidence-based programs that have shown effectiveness for English learners, I think it's a great place for those of you who are working at schools that are looking at some other programs that exist out there. Now, the last website that I want to share with you is in your PowerPoint slide, and it is bilingualassessment.org. So for those of you who are on a computer or have that next to you, if you want to, open up a new tab in your browser and type in bilingualassessment.org. Now, the person who created this website, similar to a lot of the resources that I'm sharing with you, put them all on this website so that if they are helpful for you and you want to download them, adapt them, see what works for you and your school site, that's why they're here for you. All right. This psychologist who put together this website was actually a colleague of mine in my school district. We were on a committee together because our school district had an over-identification of EL students in special education. And we had to come together before we had all this SIG-DIS stuff way back a long time ago. And we had to figure out what are some different processes and procedures that we want to create for our school district to help support making sure that we're identifying students who truly have disabilities and it's not a second language issue. So a number of the resources that we had created for that school district, she then adapted them and added them here. I just want to help you navigate through the site so you can see where some different resources are. There are some resources underneath the picture of the cutie patootie kids. For example, you can click on any of those and you're going to see some samples there. And then, of course, along the right-hand side, you'll see a number of documents as well. We're going to look at one of those documents when we come back from our morning break. But there's a number of other ones that are there, including a language history parent interview form. There's some SST forms for both the primary and the secondary level. One of the things that we added in our school district was some very specific questions about our English learners in our pre-referral paperwork. We also added in a version of this language history parent interview form. One of the things that we found with a lot of our families when they did attend our student study team meetings is that we felt like we were just firing off questions left and right to this family. And they seemed very overwhelmed with the whole process, right? They walk into a room, there's like 7 people sitting around it, and then we're like, were there any birth problems? When did your kid learn to walk? When did your kid learn to talk? And the parents are like, what are you talking about? No one told me I had to bring the baby book with me, right? So one of the things that we realized that could be really helpful is to ask questions before the meeting in a nice neutral spot. So we had a community liaison. She called our families ahead of the meeting. This document we have in English, and obviously you can see it's translated directly into Spanish as well. And then if we're working in a place that has other languages, obviously this could be updated for that. And so she would just interview them. She would fill out this form, and then she would put it in the kids' student study team file. And then when we were at the meeting, I looked at it as the school psychologist, and then I handed it to my speech and language pathologist. We were usually the top 2 people at the meeting that were really interested in these answers to these questions. And then that way we could spend the time at the meeting asking any follow-up questions, but we didn't need to spend all this time at the meeting asking these kind of questions. And again, for a lot of us, these are similar to some questions we ask once we've decided to sign that assessment plan. So here we've already got a lot of that information, right? It helps us figure out too, one of the questions always on the table if we decide to evaluate the student is whether or not to include the speech and language pathologist, right? Always a question. Our SLPs usually, they're like, I don't want to be on every single assessment plan. But what happens sometimes is when we don't include them, all of a sudden on day like 57 of the timeline, we finally got around to scoring everything. We looked at the results and we're like, uh-oh, we needed an SLP here. And then we look at that person and they're angry at us because we're like, what are you doing in the next 2 days? Do you want to do a quick evaluation? Right? Or then we have to figure out, do we have enough data to come to this meeting, or should we open the meeting and then sign a new assessment plan? It's all of that weird stuff that no one likes to do. So a lot of these questions, our SLPs were involved in creating this questionnaire because it was a lot of the questions they found useful to know the answers to help realize whether or not we should be including them in the assessment plan, right? Because just looking at parents and teachers and saying things like, do you have any language concerns? We found was too big of a question. Way too big. It's like saying, do you have any social emotional concerns about your child? That's too big of a question. So we had to figure out some more distinct ways to ask these kind of questions here. So I just shared a bunch of resources. You can either look at those over the break, you can talk to someone, you can sit and just think pretty thoughts inside your head. But I'm gonna go ahead and put a timer on our screen here. We're gonna come back in 12 minutes. For those of you in the room, there's some great snacks in the back and the restrooms are right over on the side. And for everyone else on Zoom, if there are questions that, I'm just gonna start typing in Zoom. Questions that are popping up in your brain, feel free to go ahead and put those in the Q&A and then we'll address those when we come on back. Yeah. So we had a couple of questions that came in through Zoom. One of the questions that came in had to do with when parents write letters requesting assessment. I love those moments. Kind of like the doctor giving us a prescription, right? Also appreciate those. So I think best practices, anytime a parent gives us a letter, we know we need to respond within 15 days, either with an assessment plan or a reason why we're not assessing. I don't know about all of you, but I try really hard to get an SST meeting in there within those 15 days because most of the time, I might not have any of the information about the student. I don't know what to put on that assessment plan, right? So I want to make sure that we're gathering that information somehow. Those are those moments where whoever's helping me schedule meetings gets very mad because I need one right now within the next 15 days. I think that's best practices, not legally required. Again, what's legally required is that we respond to the parent within 15 days, either with an assessment plan or a reason why we're not evaluating with a prior written notice. Now, that's definitely changed over the last 20 years. I will say I used to write a lot more prior written notices, or I used to refer to them as no thank you letters early on in my career. And nowadays, most school districts, their kind of overall guidelines is that we test when parents request that. And that can be very frustrating. It can be very overwhelming sometimes. But usually when we talk with a lot of our attorneys, they usually say we need to have data to support our decisions about eligibility. Sometimes our parents will then just go get a private evaluation and they come back and say they need, their kid needs an IEP and we have no data to prove, our thinking. So I think that's best practices. Again, I usually like to throw in an SST meeting in those 15 days. What other questions were coming up?
The next question, what to do when admin thinks a student is EL, but the real issue is behavior or learning disability, not language?
So I just want to clarify and I know you didn't write it. So, because you said when the the admin thinks this is just a second language issue, and we really think it's actually something different, right?
What to do when admin thinks student is EL?
Because the student's either EL or they're not EL.
Exactly. But the real issue is behavior or learning disability, not language.
In my mind, our team, our child find obligation is if someone suspects a disability, we're supposed to evaluate. If a principal had strong feelings at the IEP meeting that they thought it was mainly due to a second language acquisition issue, I would really want to sit down. I don't think I've ever had that. Usually my principals all think the kids need to be in special ed. I don't think I have a lot of the other. So I would definitely want to have a conversation with that admin and kind of go through my thinking and my data and their thinking and their data.
One more question. It seems to be a follow-up to the previous response. What is the best practice when a private clinic SLP or SLPs from hospitals recommend school assessments based on their one-time consultation with the student?
Yes. So remember, and we're actually going to talk about child find actually right now. Our child find obligation, the threshold for child find is really low in California, meaning anyone can suspect a disability. So if that one-time SLP consult thinks this child needs to be evaluated, in a lot of people's mind, that could meet the threshold for child find. Remember that child find is not whether or not we think the child's going to be found eligible, it's whether or not anyone suspects a disability. And that's a different mindset. And I'll have to tell you, when I left grad school, I thought it was whether or not I thought the kid was going to be found eligible. I used to sit in those SST meetings and I'm like, there's not going to be a discrepancy, right? This kid's in first grade. It's not going to be, we're not going to evaluate. My mindset was not, does anyone suspect a disability? So I remember when I was at a training and they really honed that in and I was like, ooh, I gotta change my mindset at these meetings, right? Does anyone suspect a disability? In those kind of cases, if it's an outside person who's making this recommendation, if they're available to attend that meeting, either in person or nowadays, since we can do so many things over Zoom, have them Zoom on in, I would probably be interested in hearing a little bit more information, or if someone could interview them before the meeting. It still comes down to whether or not the parent agrees to the evaluation. So there's definitely times where we've had like outside people who have said like, you definitely need your kid evaluated. And then when we sit down with the parent and we actually like go through the process and we're like, so we're evaluating whether or not your child has a disability. And they're like, oh, no, I just was wondering if I could get some extra help. I'm like, all right, that's a little bit different of a request than, thinking your child has a disability. So there's definitely been times where I've had outside people try and talk a parent into a parent letter. They write it, but at the end of the day, they won't sign the assessment plan. And that's fine. I'll write that prior written notice with like a smile on my face. I'm like, we are ready, willing, and able. Whenever you're ready, we will go ahead and move forward. But I'm not going to, keep following up. I'm not going to file due process or anything like that. It's ultimately up to the parent to sign that assessment plan. Yeah. So when we talk about child find, the threshold for child find is very low, meaning we do evaluate a lot more students than I think sometimes we think we're supposed to be. But not all students who are evaluated actually, of course, have a disability or, as we talked about earlier this morning, require or need special education. And I think this can be a hard thing sometimes because, again, sometimes we're looking at the numbers and we're like, oh, look at these numbers. They look like a learning disability. But we always have to have it with the context of the whole child and everything we know. I could have a student who's in second grade right now who has low reading scores and low phonemic awareness, but I realized that they didn't really show up consistently during distance learning year. And guess what? Phonemic awareness skills have to be explicitly taught, right? Fluid reasoning skills, a little bit different, right? I'm expecting problem-solving skills to just kind of grow naturally, just being a person on this earth. But phonemic awareness skills, that do not just automatically occur in your brain. You need explicit instruction in those areas. So we could have numbers that all point towards a learning disability, but if we look at the whole student and all the information we have, it could be a rule out that lack of consistent attendance is actually the main reason for our situation here. Any other questions from Zoom?
question. Can you hear me okay? Because I don't know if, okay, perfect. If anyone suggests a learning problem of any kind, shouldn't we treat it as a child find and a minimum call, and at a minimum call an SST? If there's a language concern, then proceed with info gained from this presentation.
Some people will say that, yes. I think we're going to have some distinction about what level are we really saying, like, does someone have a concern or does someone suspect a disability, right? And what kind of meeting do we want to have to document those concerns and really delve into them a little bit? Like I mentioned, student study teams, I think, can be really helpful. If we find that there's a lot of concerns at a certain grade level or a certain department at our secondary level, sometimes having those bigger group meetings to talk about a lot of kids who are struggling, I think can be helpful and a time saver for some of our kiddos.
Just one more follow-up question. We'll proceed.
Okay.
And then we'll circle back because
yeah, not a problem.
One question, then another, then another. Okay. So if someone suspects a disability and asks for an evaluation, is it okay to delay the assessment till sufficient data is collected?
We are legally obligated to send to a parent an assessment plan within 15 days or tell them why we're not assessing. That is our obligation. There is no wiggle room in that 15 days. Unless you have a parent who's like, oh, that's totally fine, and they write something down. I would never take it out of a verbal thing. I would have them write something down. If you have a parent who writes a letter and later on in that SST meeting, they're like, oh, that's not what I was asking for. I didn't realize that. I just wanted the kid in the after-school program. I have them write a letter rescinding their request for evaluation, right? Just like we're supposed to help parents write letters, we can also help the parent, not coerce them, but help the parent write that rescission, whatever that correct word is. Yeah, that word. All right. So when we think about that requires or needs special education, these are some of the different ways that I have seen this kind of question asked further. Does the student have the ability to access, oh, that shouldn't say two, sorry, cross out that other two. Access the core curriculum. Is the student participating and progressing in general education, right? It says participating and progressing. It doesn't say, is the kid meeting all the grade level standards, right? So when we talk about requiring or needing special education, we're talking about accessing core curriculum. For our preschool students, we want to make sure that they can participate in appropriate activities. That's some other language in our preschool world. And again, another way that I've heard it worded is the student able to participate and progress in general education, right? So even though we might be testing a lot more students than we think we need to be, it doesn't mean everyone is eligible, right? Okay, let's see if this video is going to work for me. This is, I think, our last video of our day.
I wonder if we could just have take a 30,000-foot view for a minute in terms of both over and under identification of English language learners in special education, and why both of those things happen and why it's so hard.
Right, right. When you look broadly at it, really in places that have significant amount of ELL support, bilingual education, ESL support, really systems that are looking at culturally and linguistically appropriate practices, the percentages of ELL students who also have special education needs end up being really close to monolingual English children, so that the percentages are about the same. When you move away from those, and you are in systems that maybe either don't have the resources or are learning about serving English language learners, so there aren't enough services or supports to address their language learning needs, then often we want students to get help. So then often, because special education is there, that seems to be the first place that people go. But for English language learners who are really just in that process, who they may be having challenges, but they're really just English language learners having challenges and going through that developmental process, special education isn't where they need to be. We need to make our English language learning services and bilingual services and culturally responsive environments, broaden those programs to serve them. So that's where sometimes there's over-identification because we don't necessarily have the services that we need for English languagers. And under-identification, I think people are a little bit nervous because they're wondering, well, they're English languagers. Of course, they're going, maybe they're having challenges because of that. And so people are a little bit nervous to go the route of special education. But what we know is that our English languagers who also have specific language impairment, learning disabilities, reading, difficulties are really already in our schools. They're already there. So it's really about building systems that allow us to find those students in a timely manner so we can support them. So making our systems more culturally linguistically responsive and building ESL, bilingual programming, dual immersion programming allows us to really be able to see those students in multiple contexts that are appropriate for them, and we're able to find them. But I think from the 30,000. Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Okay. So as we've been thinking about all these different pre-referral pieces, we've been reflecting on, our data, what's been working at some of our school sites, areas of improvement. If it works for you, I think if you flip over your handout to the very back, there should be some extra space at the very bottom if that works for you, for those of you at home, wherever you want to do this, and just kind of make 3 columns. We're going to kind of come back to this a couple of different times today. I always think it's helpful. I don't know about you. I come to workshops and I'm like, that's a great idea. I want to do that. And then I put this handout like in a file folder somewhere and I forget to look at it. So for us to be able to just kind of bring some of the stuff, what are the things that we want to work on? What are things that maybe you personally, based on our conversation so far, that you would like to be working on? Is there anything that you're like, I think our school team needs to meet and talk about some of these things? Is there anything at the district level, maybe at your next job alike meeting, that you think we need to bring this up at a bigger level? So just based on our conversations that we've had so far today, based on your conversations and your reflections so far today, if you want to just go ahead and jot down any of the ideas that you've been thinking about and, under whatever category is appropriate. All right, we're going to go ahead and move forward, but before we do, I wanted to check and see if there's any other pertinent questions on Zoom that we want to address before we start talking about assessment modality.
I think we are good. I've been able to address some of them via the chat box, but we'll circle back if we need to.
Sounds good. All right, so we've talked a lot about a lot of different resources, really reflecting on your own data about what's been working, what's not been working. Let's kind of move forward now we've signed an assessment plan for the student. One of the questions we always have for our English learners is, should we be testing in the student's primary language? Is English okay? Is there a different route that we want to go here? So when we think about this term assessment modality, again, these are a lot of different possibilities that exist out there. We have a lot of tests, of course, in English. If your student's primary language is in Spanish, we also have a number of standardized tests that we can rely on. Unfortunately, if your student's primary language is something other than Spanish, unless it's one of the 13 languages, or I guess the other 12 languages, on the BVAT, the Bilingual Verbal Ability Test, we usually are at a kind of a loss about other standardized tests that we can use. So a lot of times we're either going to depend on English or we're going to be choosing tools that really have reduced language demands. Right? Depending on your role in this process, some of you may have a variety of different tools at your disposal. Sometimes our district has already adopted one, and that's the one we're using. The other thing is sometimes we translate English tests to other languages, right? Sometimes we do that. We usually are trying the best we can. I will say in a lot of the communities in Ventura County that I have worked in, other than Spanish, which is probably our number one language other than English. We have a large population of students who speak Mixteco as their primary language. No standardized tests in those areas, right? I was talking to a psychologist the other day, and she said, what was it? Tagalog was the primary language of the large majority of her students. She was like, of course we don't have any tests. Sometimes we're going to go more of a nonverbal route, reduce language demands, but what happens sometimes is if we only focus on those, sometimes we're missing out on getting a complete picture for our student. Sometimes we have to ask them verbal questions, right? So sometimes we're going to rely on English tests and translating them in other languages. And what I always like to say is for informational purposes, right? We have to be very cautious about reporting any standardized test scores when we are administering a test in a way that it was not meant to be administered, right? But can we gather information from that? We can, right? So a lot of different possibilities here. Now, what I did is I pulled some of our California Ed Code language, IDA language, around working with English learners. And one of the questions I posed on each of these slides is really, what does this information mean to you? Because we've got a lot of interesting code that's sometimes vague, sometimes confusing. So I'm going to give you a moment here to just reflect on this information from 56320. And I just want you to think about, as you read through that, what does that mean to you? And more importantly, how does your assessment team at your school site prove that they're doing this or prove that they're following this? What do you see your school site doing for all of your different assessment team members as they're choosing assessment tools? What do you notice that your district is doing when they're choosing whether or not to adopt a new assessment tool? How would you feel comfortable? How comfortable or confident would you be if someone were to read your report and go, where exactly are you proving this kind of information here? We also have this language here that testing and assessment materials and procedures shall be provided in the student's primary language or mode of communication unless it's clearly not feasible to do so. Again, sometimes it's not feasible to do so when they are speaking Mixteco or Tagalog. But I find that this sentence is really interesting when I compare it to the next one. Because it then says that they're provided in the language and form most likely to yield accurate information. Because here it says we're supposed to always be giving the test in the primary language. But what we all are aware of is sometimes testing the student in their primary language doesn't fulfill this need, right? Sometimes our students have some really nice basic interpersonal communication skills or BICS in their primary language, but that's not usually what our standardized tests are asking them, right? Most of the time, our standardized tests are really looking at a higher level of language skills, and we're really looking at that cognitive academic language proficiency or their CALP level. So again, we want to make sure that we are choosing our assessment tools in a way that is going to yield the most accurate information for our students. So for a lot of us, we're going to include a statement somewhere that is going to say, this is our determination. We made the determination that this is why we chose English assessment materials or Spanish, or we tried to go reduced language mode. Assessment modality, in theory, is driven by the knowledge of our students' language, their use, their preference, and their proficiency. We need to document information for all of these areas, right? I was reviewing a report for an English learner, and the psychologist had indicated that the student preferred English over Spanish, and therefore the rest of the evaluation was done in English. And I said, that's one piece of data, but please don't tell me that that was your only point of data you used to make this decision, right? I had an IEE provider. So interesting sometimes when you get to work with outside professionals who aren't used to the fact that not everyone just agrees with everything that what you say in the school setting, right? Many of us have been in meetings where people are questioning and admin is questioning, right? Parents are questioning us. And we had an outside professional come in who was our IEE provider. And I think he was very used to everyone just agreeing with what he said and was very upset that we were nitpicking his stuff. And one of the things he wrote in there was the parent requested that the testing be done in English. And I was like, so, but like you documented these other things too, right? To prove that that was the best decision. And he was like, no, mom asked me to do that. And I was like, that is so awesome. I am totally putting that in the notes, right? Like, nope, I'm glad you did that. And that wasn't my team who did that. But yeah, we probably want to make sure we're documenting information about all of this. So assessment modality, in theory, we should be gathering information from parents about language use, right? And most of us have that information in our health and development questionnaire, right? Which language does your child use to communicate in all of these situations, right? Many times we ask teachers, right? If our students are receiving that designated ELD time, if they have an ELD teacher at the secondary level, really gathering and documenting that interview information. I always do a student interview with a student who speaks more than one language and ask them their information as well. Of course, I always ask them which one do you prefer, but I also look at the use. One of my favorite questions is to ask the student which language they dream in, right? Which one is coming up in their dreams for them? We like to look at LPAC testing. There's some interesting information that comes from there. I don't know about you, but I personally don't just look at the overall LPAC score. A lot of times people will come into my meetings and they'll be like, they're still at an LPAC too. I'm like, that's interesting, but I'm gonna wanna know the breakdown. Because most kids who come my way are having low LPAC scores because reading and writing are low. I expect that. I literally, like, if those aren't low, I'm like, whoo, why are we talking about this kid? Like, this is exciting, right? I always wanna know what listening and speaking are like. That's what I wanna look at. Right? I expect the reading and writing to be low. The listening and speaking, that's really going to be helpful too for me to look at that progress as I'm eyeing my SLP in my meeting, going like, should we include you or not? Many of our school districts in California also do primary language testing when students first arrive in the state. Not every school district does this. In one of my districts, we were using the bilingual syntax measure. The district I'm in now, we use the pre-loss, but we actually test them in their primary language, usually in kindergarten. That's interesting information to see when they first are walking into our schools. What was their level of primary language, right? That can also be some good information to help me figure out, do I include my SLP or not? As an elementary psych, I will never forget because we changed from the bilingual syntax measure to a new tool, and no one decided a school psychologist needed to know anything about the new tool. Yet I interpreted the information, and I walked around and I said, it says NSS1. What does that mean? And the person finally told me it means non-Spanish speaking. It's the lowest level, a level 1. And I said, but the child speaks Spanish at home 100%. Yes. But the designation is non-Spanish speaker? Yes. I'm like, I'm very confused. You're going to need more information here, right? But that told me a lot that this child in their primary language was super low in that primary language when they first arrived at our school. That's some helpful information to take a look at. Many school districts nowadays adopt the use of an updated language proficiency tool at the time the assessment plan is signed. There are a lot of tools that are available, again, if the student's primary language is Spanish. The WJOL, or the Woodcock-Johnson Oral Language Battery, has 3 subtests in English that have parallel versions in Spanish. When you go into the Riverside Score program, you got to click on the right button and you can click and you can actually get a CALP level in both English and Spanish, and you can compare those two. The Woodcock-Munoz Language Survey is a similar tool, and they just have more subtests in English and in Spanish. Again, the BVAT, or the Bilingual Verbal Ability Test, is probably one of the very few ones that we have in other languages. A lot of people utilize that. And then there's some other tools that are available as well. Anyone in the room, are you guys familiar with the Ortiz PVAT? I see some not. Okay, so Dr. Samuel Ortiz put his name on his test, go him. Picture vocabulary acquisition test. It is looking at receptive vocabulary. The thing about this tool, in comparison to most of the time, if a speech and language pathologist is part of the team, they're looking at receptive vocabulary. This test is one of the first of its kind, though, because they actually have bilingual norms. So you are able to indicate how long the student has been exposed to English, and you're able to use that norming sample to score this test. That's the first time we've had that, right? That's pretty impressive, because if you think about it, even if we're testing a second grader, some of our second graders have been exposed to English since birth because their older siblings are speaking English in the home, and the TV in the home has English going. And some of our students did not start speaking English till they joined us at school. So you're able to include all of that information and really get some very much more specific knowledge about the student's receptive vocabulary skills based on how long they've been exposed to English. For those of you who haven't seen that yet, it is through MHS, Multi-Health Systems Publishing Company. It is an online tool, so you give it either like via a tablet or a laptop. And I think it scores it on its own. Gotta love a test that scores it on its own, right? Gotta love those. So typically what we do, what we encourage people to do is that before you go into the rest of the evaluation part of your report, before you discuss the cognitive processing, the academic, the language, all the other pieces that were looked at, I think it's really helpful to tell the reader which assessment modality your team chose and the rationale for that, right? Based on all of whatever information you gathered, the team chose to administer all further testing in blank, right? If the assessor is bilingual, please make sure you're documenting that you're bilingual, or whoever was the main assessor was bilingual. If an interpreter was used, we have to tell the reader that. Please remember, one of the cool things about credentialed school psychologists in the state of California, our ed code indicates that individually administered tests of intellectual or emotional functioning, we're the only ones who can administer that, okay? So even if we have an interpreter helping us, make sure they're not sitting in a room by themselves, okay? This is something that it is us who are able to do this, okay? Now, these assessment modality statements I had shared with you before, the resource bilingualassessment.org, and we were looking at that language history interview form before our break. And if I just scroll back out, along the top where we see those cute students, under report writing, the first thing that is in that drop-down menu is sample assessment modality statements. So again, for those of you who are on it, bilingualassessment.org, and then if you hover over report writing, it's the first thing that comes down in that drop-down menu. It just gives some examples of ways to write up assessment modality rationale, right? It's not just I tested in English, but I tested in English because, right? Yes. Yeah, perfect timing.
Okay, so here we go. I'll start here. Are there guidelines or resources for determining the cultural and language fairness of assessments? When companies pitch their assessment tools, they don't highlight their weak points.
I am sorry, I couldn't hear you at the end.
Okay.
You're just going to need to.
Yeah. Are there guidelines or resources for determining the cultural and language fairness of assessments? The other part was just commentary. So
Oh, okay. I was like, you said more last time.
yes. Uh-huh.
Are there ways to look at that? So there's a couple of thoughts in my head. Number one, we always want to make sure that the student that we are evaluating, are they represented in the norming sample? That's one of the things that we always want to make sure. Most of our broad tools that we use, most of our broad cognitive, academic tools, that's easy information to find, information about who was part of the norming sample. Now, I think our test publishers are getting better and better about really taking into consideration the kind of data that we appreciate in that norming section of the manuals. So for example, for a long time, a lot of our tests in Spanish were normed on students who lived in Spain. Not helpful. Not helpful. That's not our kids. Our kids are then not being represented. And so then they were like, okay, let's include bilingual children. Let's norm this on bilingual children in the United States. And I remember, I think it was when the WISC-5 Spanish came out, and I was in a place where I could talk to the Pearson rep. And I said, do you have information in your manual about what percentage of students were sequential bilingual learners or simultaneous bilingual learners? And she's like, you always ask the most interesting questions. Had to go back and then came back to me via email and said, we didn't ask that question. She said, now we know you guys are going to start asking that question. So in the future, we will start asking that question. So I think as much information we can get from our manuals about, again, what we know about my student, how are they represented in this norming sample? Some of the tools that we have access to that maybe aren't our big, broad cognitive and achievement tests, it's really important for us to take a look at the norming samples. We're going to look at a tool, the Cultural Language Interpretive Matrix, that's supposed to take into consideration, you know, how to interpret some of this information, but it doesn't automatically mean all these things are culturally fair for our students. Yeah.
Okay. Clarifying question. When you say primary language, you're referring to the dominant language and not the first or native language, correct?
When I say primary language, actually, I usually use that as the child's like first language,
Right.
language one.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then let's do one more, and then
Okay.
we'll circle back. You recommend administering language dominance testing to help you determine which language to administer testing in?
Yes. So a lot of school districts now have that as part of their overall procedures, is that they will use a language proficiency tool like the ones that I mentioned as soon as that assessment plan is signed, to help the entire team know what is the most appropriate next set of protocols to open.
Okay. One more short one. What was the name of the MHS test that you referred to?
That was the one at the bottom of that list, the Ortiz PVAT, which I think is Picture Vocabulary Acquisition Test. I think that's what the A stands for. Yes. Oh, you know you're going to need a microphone. Thank you for your patience. Everyone on this side of the room, they're like, don't ask.
I just had a quick question on the website that we're looking at right now.
Yes.
So are you recommending that we put this type of verbiage every time we have any sort of assessment or an IEP with an English learner?
I do regularly.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. So
not just like every try. So if I do, my district says like I need to do the WJ every year, then every year I should have verbiage
every
like
year
that.
or every 3 years?
Well, the district that I currently work for, we're supposed to do it every year. Previously, at my other schools, my other school district was every 3 years.
Okay, the WJ achievement or COG?
Achievement.
Okay. And when you use the WJ achievement, do you also use the WJOL to get listening comprehension and oral expression, or do you just do the achievement for reading, writing, and math?
Just the achievement.
Okay.
Right, just the achievement.
So I think what you could do is and do you write a report? Okay. So in that kind of case, what I would do is I would pull over information from previous reports, like the initial evaluation. In theory, the multidisciplinary or the standalone report should have indicated an assessment modality statement, right? So if the first evaluation had indicated that English was the way to go, and then you're like, nothing's changed since that time, so this is why I continue to give the WJ in English, versus why I decided that the Batteria was not a better tool. So a lot of times we can pull that information maybe from our previous.
And if we don't, then we just need to put that in.
So again, even if we don't have a lot of those statements from the previous psychoed report, typically someone has asked some questions about language use and language preference, so we could put that information in. I think I would just be, I would be curious for an annual, like is an assessment plan signed? Oh, interesting. Okay, lots of interesting things. Okay. I would just want to make sure that we're staying within the scope, which is why I wouldn't maybe all of a sudden throw in a language proficiency kind of tool at that case. But I think these are some good things to go back and talk about at a job alike meeting and say, all right, in those cases where it's not been previously documented, what would be some best practices? And it might be a joint discussion, like for your assessment team with your psychologist, it might be a nice, ed specialist meeting.
So based on your tone, this is just kind of a follow-up question. Can I just ask your thoughts on doing using the WJ yearly versus like when there's a try?
Yeah,
Just
I
your
didn't know
personal
school
opinion.
districts still did that. That was a common practice early on in my career, that it was used for every annual. I didn't realize a lot of districts were still utilizing that. I think the big question would always be, and the question that I know our district talked about when we questioned whether or not we should be continuing doing it, is whether or not it required an assessment plan, because it's not a tool we give every single student in gen ed. So it's one thing to do STAR testing with my special ed kids because we give that to gen ed. But a lot of times when we talk about a test that we would only give to a student that in an evaluation process or in an IEP, sometimes the question is, would we require an assessment plan? Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So we are looking at some things that are on this website, the bilingualassessment.org website, and I want to bring up the first document that's over on the right-hand side, which is labeled the Assessment Identification Matrix. And what I'm going to say is the person who created this website, she loves acronyms. If you haven't already noticed, there's an AIM, a BARC, a FABLE, a SOAP. She's got a lot of fun acronyms here. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at the first document here, which is called the Assessment Identification Matrix. If your team is going ahead and looking at a language proficiency tool, this could be a helpful next step tool, which is always, what's the appropriate protocol for me to open up next? Now, just for transparency, the person who created this is a school psychologist. She kind of had a lot of school psychologists in mind, so it's not going to be applicable perhaps to every single person in their role, but I think it's a good thing for everyone to understand. I'm going to just go back over to my PowerPoint because I'm able to look at it in a better way here. So the purpose of this tool is to figure out if we've decided that this is the correct assessment modality, what kind of tools would be appropriate to use next? So at the top of that document, as you can see on your screen, are a lot of those language proficiency tools that we just talked about, right? So if you score a lot of these, especially anything made by Riverside, then as I mentioned, when you go into the Riverside Score program, there's a special button you gotta press to request the CALP score. I don't always remember it because I don't go into that website as frequently as some of the other ones, so unfortunately I can't tell you off the top of my head, but it's the same place where you say like, oh, I want percentile ranks or grade equivalents or age equivalents. There's a place in there, and one of the options is CALP, okay, Cognitive Academic Language Proficiency. So when you give a lot of these different tools, you're able to then get a CALP score in the student's native language as well as in English. And you can see here in this light blue area, these 9 different profiles of students that is dependent on their unique scores on how they did testing them in their native language and testing them in English. So if we go all the way over here, we have students that are super limited in both their native language and in English. And so we would tend to try and go more non-verbally or very language reduced kind of tasks. Now, this would be very different than if we had a student who was super fluent in both languages. Now, I know these kids exist. I will admit, I don't test a lot of these kids. These kids, my speech and language pathologist is always involved in this cases, right? Most of my kids are kind of in the middle, right? They're not great in either one in their cognitive academic language proficiency. They're not super fluent, but they're not super limited. They're usually in that emerging kind of area. So then once you determine, again, if you gave something like the WJOL that has the 3 English and 3 Spanish, you would be able to, if you told Riverside Score to give you that CALP score, you could get those CALP scores, and then you would go down that column, and it would give you some ideas about some possible assessment tools. Again, as I mentioned before, the person who created this is a school psychologist, so most of these tools that we're talking about here would be in the school psychologist realm, right? Academically, it's a little bit different. Academically, do I give the WJ or do I give the Batteria, right? That's usually our big question. And that has a lot to do on whether or not the child's ever been taught literacy or math skills in their primary language, right? Or in their native language. So even though I might have a student who speaks Spanish 100% of time at home, if they've never been instructed to read in Spanish, a lot of times if their entire instruction has only been in English, we're still going to give the WJ in English, right? It's a lot of times, though, we have a lot more students who are in dual immersion programs, right? Whether your school or your district has that immersion program or our kids are coming in from other districts, right? We have students, obviously, who have been taught in their primary language coming in from other countries. As much information that we can get about those situations are going to help us figure out, do I give academics in English or in Spanish, right? Sometimes we end up doing both, right? Those dual immersion programs, I think, if I was in charge of the world, a lot of things would be different. We'd have so much better MTSS if I was in charge of the world. But the other thing that we would definitely do is all of our kids who are in these dual immersion programs, there would be a document in the kids' CUME that explained how that dual immersion program worked. What percentage was taught in the Spanish and what percentage was taught in English for every grade level. Because that varies so much, even within same districts, that might vary. And so we never want to assume just because they were in a dual immersion program, it's like, well, how long were they in that program, right? And was it an 80-20 in kindergarten or was it 100% in Spanish in kindergarten, right? So that's one thing I wish came along in their cumulative record that would help us with this understanding as well. So, just to give you a case example here of utilizing that tool, Jorge was a student that I evaluated, I think about 2 years ago. He was a high school student at the time. He was in need of a triennial, and he had been eligible for special education for multiple years under specific learning disability. He had been reclassified as RFEP 3 years ago through the IEP process. Himself and his dad, they were the ones in the home. His older siblings had since graduated and moved out of the home, and his mom was no longer in the picture. Him and his dad continued to speak Spanish 100% of the time in the home setting. The last evaluation showed continued difficulties with reading and writing. He had very minimal progress, especially in comparison to all of our other kids in special ed. He had not made a lot of progress, which was definitely an area of concern for us. Now, I brought up this case because I want to share with you what kind of information we got from the WJOL using that as language proficiency. But I also brought up this case because I gave it even though he had been reclassified. Anytime if someone tells me a child has been reclassified, I always want to know through the gen ed process or through the special ed process. And usually the answer is through the special ed process. And most of the time it's because our students are never going to be able to pass the LPAC. They're never going to pass the SBAC because they have major language difficulties, cognitive difficulties, or significant learning disabilities. However, if I still know that they are speaking this other language 100% of the time, it doesn't take away from the fact that I still need to document my rationale for testing the student in English or in Spanish. So this is an example of the WJOL, the Oral Language Battery. There are 3 subtests. It looks like 4, but one is used twice. The same exact subtests in English are also given in Spanish. Just give you a quick moment to kind of take a look at all of this information here. Now, this is a high school student who had been in an English-only program since kindergarten, had been in special education since early elementary school. And when you look at this information, you can definitely see, as I mentioned, if you tell the Woodcock-Johnson Riverside Score program, you can get CALP levels here, right? But you can obviously look at these standard scores over here, and while his English ones are not amazing, they're definitely better than his Spanish ones, right? And again, this is a student who's speaking Spanish 100% of the time in the home setting. Now, one of the pieces of feedback I get a lot around using tools like the WJOL is this exact situation. The kid's Spanish skills in a basic interpersonal communication with his family, his skills are strong, but he scored quite low because that's not the skills that we are looking at here. This is a CALP score, not a BICS score. So if we look here and we've got a 3 over here for English and a 1 over here for Spanish, then I could go back over here and I could see, oh look, he's a 3 in English and a 1 in Spanish. So this would be the appropriate column that would give me an idea about what would be some appropriate tools to use. Okay. So I want to give everyone just a quick moment. If you think about that assessment identification matrix tool that we were just looking at on the bilingualassessment.org website, how might this tool be useful for your teams? Go ahead and talk with someone sitting near you. All right, let's go ahead and come back together here. We had a question that came in through our Zoom group around my term of reclassifying through the gen ed or the special ed process. So many school districts, of course, are using the same exact criteria, whether you're a special ed student or a general ed student. What I was referring to is there are definitely some, and you're going to use better words than I am, so I'm going to use your fancy words in just a quick moment. There's definitely some students that we reclassify because they're never going to be able to pass some of these tools. And I will just say this kid was a high school student, and when he was reclassified, it was a little bit different than the way you're talking about it. So I'm going to let you use your cool fancy words.
So just to clarify, all English learners, including English learners with disabilities, must have access to the LPAC or the alternate LPAC if they have a significant cognitive disability. There are 4 criteria established by the state of California, CDE, one of them being the English Language Proficiency Assessment, which in California is the LPAC or Alt LPAC. An overall level 4 on the LPAC must be is the gatekeeper, is what determines whether or not the English learner with a disability is eligible for reclassification. Same is true for the student who is receiving, who's being administered the alternate LPAC. In this case, it's a level 4 because that's the highest level in the alternate LPAC. It's not one less level. 3 on the alt, 4 on the regular LPAC for English learners with disabilities, as well as for English learners without a disability. That's the LPAC only. So the criteria is the same for all English learners. There are some considerations where we are thinking that perhaps the disability is impacting the English learner with a disability's ability to demonstrate progress on the LPAC. So if the disability precludes them from being able to demonstrate linguistic progress, then there are some things that we can do, right? It's not just pass go, right? We have to, number one, make sure that we are affording the student access to the assessment via the identified supports and accommodations that they need as it pertains to their very unique and specific disability. Your UDAs, right? Your universal supports, your designated supports, your accommodations. First, if we continue to see that that is not being, even though we provide those supports and the student continues to not be able to show or demonstrate progress, then we have the conversation about domain exemptions, right? And so it's not until we have this body of evidence that we can demonstrate we've provided supports, we've provided domain exemptions, and still the kiddo is not able to demonstrate his or her linguistic progress. Again, it's all based on evidence, right? And then ultimately, what's important here is that we absolutely must do our very best to make sure that we have the information around the students, both linguistic progress and their supports that are identified in their IEP to help make gains in their goal as it pertains to the LPAC. We really should have a comprehensive evidence of what has been tried and attempted to provide access so that the kiddo can demonstrate what he or she is able to do and or not as a result of we're assessing the language, the disability and not the language. But it's not okay, the disability is reading, so we're going to not, just not do LPAC because it has reading. It is a requirement, and Title III services for all English learners, including English learners with disabilities. We do have additional resources on our website. We'll be dropping in some of those resources and pre-recorded videos specifically on reclassification because that could take us down another path today, and we want to really stay focused on the topic of this presentation. But we will drop those links into the chat if you want to further explore more information and get clarification on some of the suggestions that the Department of Education is making, like the supports, the accommodations, and the 4 criteria. We'll drop that in the chat for further exploration for another time. But just wanted to clarify that there is not one pathway for students with disabilities and a different one for English learners without a disability. The criteria is the same for all English learners, including English learners with disabilities. We just have to take into consideration the student's disability and how it manifests and how it might or might not impact their language progress. Long answer.
That was
but
great,
I think
though.
it was important
I'm
to
gonna take
clarify
you
that.
with me. All right. That's awesome. You feel like she said this once or twice before, right? Okay. Any questions about that AIM document that we were looking at? Any questions in the Zoom? We good? Okay. So I'm looking at the time too. We're getting close to our lunch break. So let's just talk about a couple of extra things before we take that break. So let's talk about this language and culture pieces here because we know they're exclusionary factors. So what are some things to take into consideration here? So let's talk about the language piece first because I always want it to be really clear. Limited English proficiency is an exclusionary factor for all eligibility classifications, not just SLD, right? Other health impairment, autism, we're always making sure that it's not the limited English proficiency that is the primary reason. Now, this afternoon, we're really going to get into the culture language interpretive matrix. It is a tool that allows you to compare your students' scores when you decide that testing them in English is the most appropriate pathway for assessment modality. And it's going to compare your kids' scores with other students that take these tests in English who do not have disabilities. That's our comparison group, and we're definitely going to get more into that this afternoon. However, if that is not a tool that your district is utilizing, the other question just is, who is your comparison group, right? And what data are you comparing? So let's talk about this here. So when we are working with our individual students who we have the signed assessment plans for, how are they performing in comparison to other English learners? Do you have information like universal screening data? Do you have intervention or progress monitoring data? So I have mentioned before that in my time in my school district, I was at one school site for 13 years. In that amount of time, we actually worked really hard to improve upon our Tier 1, Tier 2. We had, by the time I left there, we had progress monitoring data on a regular basis. We had regular data team meetings where we were looking at groups of students that were part of our intervention programs, and we were talking about how they were progressing. I had a nice comparison group. I had a lot of data, and I could talk about in my report how my student was doing in comparison to other students who had similar cultural backgrounds and were at the similar linguistic level. When we think about exclusionary factors, a lot of times we're thinking of comparisons. How is my student doing in comparison to other students who have similar cultural and linguistic backgrounds? When I was at that school site, I had a lot of data because we had worked really hard over a number of years and we got to a really great place where I was able to say, like, look, other kids with similar cultural and linguistic backgrounds, they're making this kind of progress. My kid is not making that type of progress. Culture and language don't appear to be the primary factor going on here, because then I would assume my kid would look like other kids that have similar cultural and linguistic backgrounds, right? Now, I happen to have that kind of data, which allowed me a level of confidence at my meetings that I didn't realize I needed to hold on to because I was about to go to a bunch of schools that did not have that kind of data. I will tell you, the schools that I'm hanging out with now, we do not have that kind of data. I do not have that same level of confidence. And so I've had to pick a different tool that allows me to have a similar kind of comparison. It's just at a different place in the process. I used to have it at the pre-referral level. In all honesty, it was really helpful to help us figure out, do we move forward with evaluation or not, right? The other thing to think about is, does your student have signs that are often observed for our students with language differences versus disabilities. So I had mentioned this, this is in our California Practitioner's Guide, the one that we talked about at the beginning. This is the one that's in your Google Drive folder, that tiny URL. And this, again, starts on page 114. For those of you in the room or those of you on Zoom, if you want to go back into your Google Drive folder, again, that's our document number 6. Now, this is a really long document. For some of you, you might be able to scroll while hanging out in Google Drive. For some of you, Google's going to be really mad at you trying to do that, and you might need to actually go up and click on download. See, this one's not happy at all. It might be dangerous. It's not, guys. My tech people, it's not a dangerous file. We're okay. Okay. I just want to see what that page number is versus this page number. That's what I thought. Okay. Okay, so figure 3.3 starts on, when I say page numbers, I'm referring to the page numbers that are printed at the bottom of the page, 114. If you're playing with it in Google or in Adobe, it's page 134. So what this part of the document does is it takes a look, and it's going to start with oral comprehension and listening skills. It's going to move to speaking skills and oral fluency. And then it's going to go into some of our academic areas. So we have phonemic awareness and reading, reading comprehension and vocabulary, writing skills, spelling skills, math skills, handwriting, and behavior. The way that all of these tables are set up is they're going to talk about the specific learning behavior, and then it's going to share with you indicators of a language difference due to second language acquisition versus indicators of a possible learning disability. So I want to give you a couple of quick moments to just kind of pick one of those things, and I'm going to move up here since reading is one of our main areas of concern. I'm going to put on the screen here reading comprehension and vocabulary for anyone who just wants to look at the screen and not at their own document there. Remembering L1 in these tables is referencing the child's primary or native language, and L2 is usually making a reference to English. One of the things that I'm hoping that you notice as you are looking through some of these different tables here is that there's some consistency in how these tables are written. And some of the information that is helpful for us to be thinking about here they talk about how the student performs in their primary language or native language, and they also talk about growth. So as I was reviewing those tables, it really reminded me then, well, this is the kind of data we need to be gathering. What kind of information do we have about the student's native language? What questions are being asked in the pre-referral process to gather that information? What kind of questions are being asked in the assessment process to gather that information? How are we documenting growth? Because if you just look at those tables and you don't have this information, it's not helpful. But if we look through those tables and you start formulating what are some kind of questions that we might want to be asking parent, we might want to be asking in our dual immersion programs, we might want to be figuring out ways to document growth so that then we can use those tables and really be able to have a better grasp on whether or not this is second language acquisition versus something like a learning disability. Now, we were looking at the CDE document, and as we're going about here to break for lunch, there are a number of appendices in that CDE document that has some ideas about what kind of questions you could ask. There's a lot of great appendices that are there. And as we saw earlier today as well on that website, bilingualassessment.org, there was also some different questions we can ask parents and teachers as well. Okay? So as we are about to transition to our lunch break here, if you would like to go back to the back of your handout, as we were talking about language proficiency tools and assessment modality, we talked about the AIM document, and we just took a look at that table 3.3 in our CDE document. Is there anything else that you want to capture here about anything that maybe you want to look at? Is there anything that you think would be really helpful to bring back to your school team? Is there any of those resources that you're like, we should bring this back maybe at a district level, maybe as a job alike group? Now, I just wanted to give people a heads up because when we come back from lunch, we are going to transition into looking at the Cultural Language Interpretive Matrix, or the CLIM. As I mentioned, if you are a school psychologist, you may have access to the XPath software program on your computer, and the CLIM is part of that. That's going to be the one that I'm going to be using during this afternoon. But for anyone who wants to utilize a version of it, because I can't just give everyone the XPath program, if we go back into our Google Drive folder, we were looking at document number 6, just to prepare us for after lunch. There's a document in there that says CLIM Research and Resources. In our Google Drive folder, that tiny URL, or bit.ly for my friends here, the CLIM Research and Resources. If you look at the information at this website right here, I don't know if it's going to let me do this right now, there is a way to access a free version of the CLIM. It's going to look a little bit different than the one I'm going to use this afternoon, but for those of you who do want to play along with it, then you are able to go ahead and download the CLIM from this website here, okay? So this is a tool that is typically used by school psychologists, SLPs. If you're an ed specialist, I think it's helpful for everyone to understand all the different tools that are being used because this impacts eligibility. But I'm going to leave that up to everyone on the level of I'm just going to watch and listen versus I want to play around with this tool myself as well. Okay? So it is 11:31 on the dot. We're going to come back in an hour. For all of my colleagues here who are going to come back after lunch, you may want to find some electricity for your computer on the ground or around the room if your computer needs it. Please make sure to come back at 12:32. Don't all go to the same place, all of you here, all right? Don't overwhelm them. Get the check early, all right? We'll be back here at 12:32, all right?
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll get started. I just wanted to take a quick second to just give a quick disclaimer to if you take a look at our Zoom chat, Lupita will be dropping into the box resources and access to our website. As we noticed through the Q&A and through the chat, there have been many inquiries regarding reclassification and those reclassification procedures. And we also like to take the time to remind you if you could also be sure to connect with your administrator or EL coordinator regarding your district's individual EL master plan. So each LEA has a master plan dedicated to English learners and with the policies and procedures and guidance. So if there's any question, you would be able to find if any questions regarding procedures related to your English learners and your comprehensive ELD supports, anything in the realm of English language learners, your LEA has an EL master plan, and you can connect and coincide any of those questions and get some questions answered that you may have. But for this particular presentation, as we move forward, we'll focus on Jenny's topic for the remainder of the afternoon is focusing on the CLIM, culture, language, interpretive matrix. But please know that through the chat, we will provide you some resources to our website in order for you to access any additional questions and resources that pertain to reclassification. Please check the chat. And I will hand it back over to Jenny.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. In addition to the questions about reclassification, there were a number of questions that came in through the chat, and I'm on my phone because that's where they sent it to. So I just want to go through these, just kind of following up on some of the conversation that we had earlier this morning. So there were some questions about, how do we put in our report the information about students' use and preference and proficiency in language? And I'm just going to make a blanket statement about reports. If your report template for your district or your SELPA does not already have that included, there's not one way to do it. So I will say most of the time, things about language use and language preference, usually in the input that we get from parents, usually at the beginning of the reports, we're including that kind of information. I will tell you, I love a good bullet point list. So usually I'll just bullet point that information out. Sometimes I write it in a narrative format. There's not one way to do any of that. Typically, if I'm using a language proficiency tool like the WJOL, if I'm using that, it's going to go into the current assessment information because it doesn't make sense to go in the background because it's current testing information. Someone asked a question, if SLPAs are able to test without an SLP in the room. I am not an expert on that topic, and I would encourage you to talk to your director and to see what that answer is. What do you do when the student is an English learner struggling with using English academically, now prefers to speak English after 4 years in the state, missed some school, also missed first grade? So if we have students that are still struggling with using the English language, we want to see what kind of designated EL services that we are providing to the students. And so I would take a look at how the student's been progressing. What kind of data do we have about where those holes are, right? Everything should be data informed. So what does the data tell us about next steps? There are some different resources. I would look to see what your school offers in regards to some interventions in that area as well. Does Jenny suggest the PFAT rather than the BVAT? I don't suggest one over the other. There are a lot of tools that are available for anyone who's currently using the bilingual verbal ability test. If you've never looked at the Ortiz PVAT, as I mentioned, MHS is the publishing company for that. And so you can take a look at that information online. There's a number of videos on YouTube as well from Dr. Ortiz himself about that tool. And the question I would have in my head as I was watching those videos is, what kind of information do you think that is providing to you that might be similar or different than what the BVAT's already giving to you, right? We always want to make sure we're giving relevant information to a relevant test to our students. So what kind of new information could that provide for you? I don't know if they still do it. MHS used to give free trials of the Ortiz PVAT. That you could give 4 free trials of it before buying it. So reach out to your MHS rep if you are thinking that might be something that you might be interested in looking at. Should we ask some pointed questions to parents with respect to language? I think if the family writes Spanish in any of the areas of the enrollment paper, it automatically tags them as an English learner and thus language 1 as Spanish on school data information systems. Yes, I do think we should ask pointed questions. Again, I would take a look at what kind of documentation are we asking at the pre-referral level? What kind of documentation are we using at the assessment level? I will say that that home language survey that I showed you on bilingualassessment.org, it asks some of those questions about language use. The health and development questionnaire that like the district that I'm helping out with right now, we have those questions. Like we ask all of the parents, like what language does your child use to communicate with this person in this situation? So we just ask all those questions there. If I was in a district that didn't already have that, I would create my own form. I would just add it to it, right? Some of you work in districts where adding something to a health and development form is super easy, right? I have one where literally we just like send an email to the person and like 10 minutes later, she will give us an updated health and development form. I have other districts I have worked with that it would take like 5 committee meetings and 2 years to change like one question on that form. So if I'm in that second district, I just write out some questions and attach it, right? You just got to get these questions answered. When determining eligibility using the 3 prongs, has a disability, negatively impacts ed performance, and requires, does the school psychologist decide if the student meets all 3 in the psychoed report, or do they only determine the first part and the team determines the other 2? That's a great question. So I want to make sure that we're clear that the school psychologist is not in charge of all of these pieces. It's the team, right? So everyone together in our reports, whether we're doing standalone reports or multidisciplinary team reports, somewhere in the report we need the data about all 3. So even if in the eligibility section, I know a lot of times districts don't want us saying, like, this child meets this requirement, or I personally think this child requires special ed. Think about what kind of data you're going to use to make that determination about whether or not the child requires special ed, and make sure that's in the report somewhere. That way, when we go to the meeting, we don't have to like all of a sudden discover that information. It's written somewhere in the report. Most of us write our reports eligibility section something like all final decisions are made by the IEP team, right? And we'll defer to that. So I think a good psychoed report has data somewhere within it that would help answer the other 2 prongs. Would it be best practices to use the WJOL for tries? And we actually had this question a couple of different ways. So for language proficiency purposes, we talked a little bit about it. We had a question in the room here about using it for annuals. Using it for tries, these would be the things I'd want to know. Has language proficiency, such as the WJOL, ever been used? If so, when was the last time? If so, what did that information tell you? And if so, do you have new information that you would think that the data would come out differently, right? So my student who was in high school, I gave him the WJOL because he was in high school and had never been given the WJOL or something similar for language proficiency purposes. It just wasn't a practice in that district until that time. So that's why I gave it at that time. If he had been given it 3 years ago, I would have looked at the data. If that data showed exactly the same as the data that I saw during my evaluation, I would use that data and then decide whether or not I needed more information. So I would always want to see, has it ever been administered before? And what new information do we have over, the last couple of years since our last evaluation? Is the Ortiz PVAT peer reviewed? I would have to look that up. So I would Google that. I would go to the MHS website. I would go to the MHS Facebook page, and I would post that question there. So same thing about students who have been redesignated. Would a language proficiency test like the WJOL need to be given? Again, I would look to see if it's ever been administered before and go through the same questions I talked about before. Where is CALP information found? How do we get CALP scores? So the cognitive academic language proficiency scores that we were referencing this morning, those were directly from like the WJOL or the Woodcock Munoz. You have to specifically tell Riverside Score Program that you need that. And I apologize, I don't have my own laptop here, so I can't just log into Riverside Score and be like, bam, bam, bam. I spilled water on my laptop last night. How much fun was that? Yay. So I'm using someone else's computer today. So if you don't know how to do that, go ahead and reach out to Riverside and they will definitely help you with that. I think I got through all of them. Excellent. Yay. Okay. Let's go ahead and talk about the Culture Language Interpretive Matrix. Again, for those of you on Zoom or those of you here in person, if you want to be following along using the program, if you happen to have the XPAS program, you can use it there. If you're sitting next to someone who has the XPAS program, you might just want to look at theirs. You can also download it from the tiny URL from our Google Drive folder. You can download a free version of that program. So let's go ahead. We're going to talk about what exactly is this tool, how do we use this tool, and then most importantly, how do we interpret this information here. So we talked about it and referenced it a little bit before lunch. The Culture Language Interpretive Matrix, or the CLIM, is looking at whether your English learner scores follow the pattern that's seen in literature. So earlier this morning, we talked about the norms in our test batteries information, right, in our test manuals. So this information comes from being able to look at how did our English learners do when they took the WISC in the norming group. How did they do on the KBC? How did they do on the Woodcock-Johnson? How did they do on all of these big tests? Because they're always part of the norming sample, and we know you can always easily pull that data out. What they noticed time and time again, and this probably won't come to a surprise to anyone, as the linguistic demands were increasing and the cultural loading increases on the different subtests that we were administering to students who are English learners, the performance on tests when we administered them in English tended to go down. Their scores tended to go down. And that makes sense, right? If you're an English learner and I give you a test in English and there's a whole bunch of language involved in the task versus very limited language involved in the task, I would assume that most EL students would impact their scores a little bit. Same thing when we look at some of the subtests that we administer that have a lot of cultural loading on them as well. So what this part of this program does is it looks at all of the different subtests on our cognitive, processing, language tests that we administer, and it takes a look at the degree or the impact of language on those subtests and the impact of culture on those subtests, and it's going to give you that comparison group. How did your kid do in comparison to other English learners, right? Now, just like a lot of these different things we've been talking about today, these are all tools. We would never in a report say, according to the CLIM, this kid's not eligible for special ed, right? It's a tool, just like we have so many different tools available to us. It's one thing that can take a look at the impact of culture and language on your test results. And the impact of that is for the exclusionary factors. So when we look into this program, you're going to see that at the top of the program, there's going to be these 9 different cells. And these 9 different cells are made up of linguistic demands and cultural demands. So we see like way over here in this first cell, this is going to be all of the subtests that we administer that are low language and low culture. So everything in this first column is all low language. And then we have moderate language, and then we have high language over here. And then our rows are based on the culture, so low, moderate, and high. So way over there, low language, low culture. Way over here, high language and high culture. And what we're going to see is that this program is going to automatically place all the subtests that you and I administer into one of these 9 different cells. You don't have to wonder where your subtest falls. Back in the olden days, I remember going to the training. Before it was in a software program, we literally used to be given pieces of paper with 9 different cells, and it would be like, this is where all the WISC subtests go, or this is where all the KBC subtests go, or this is where all the WJ subtests go. And we just had to do everything by hand, just like we used to write IEPs by hand. But IEPs by hand were like 5 pages long, not 25 pages long. It was very different back then. Then what we're going to see is we're going to see some graphs that are automatically created once we've added in the scores into this program. And in the graphs, you're going to see this overall trend downward. You're going to see some shaded areas pointing downward. And what that represents here is our comparison group. That most English learners, when we give them tests in English, ones who do not have disabilities, they tend to do better on tests that are low language and low culture. And as these things start impacting our subtests more, our students tend to have a lot more difficulties with those tasks, okay? So we're gonna see that in a moment here in the program. So this program is really designated to be used or designed to be used when you, through your processes, have determined that English is the more appropriate assessment modality to go. If you decided, because your child speaks Tagalog or Mixteco, and you have had someone translate a test, that is a non-standardized way of giving that test. You do not want to use those scores in this program. When you put scores into this program, there is an acknowledgement that you gave the test in a standardized fashion. Again, that kind of information, when we do those things, it's typically for informational purposes, right? Now, when we go into the program, you are going to see, depending on which version you're going to be looking at, you may see some Spanish tests. So the Bateria, the WISC-5 Spanish, the TAP Spanish, you may see some of that information there. They do have it in the program, but it's supposed to be used with caution because there's not enough research yet to see if that same pattern that we have found in, like I'm looking at all this research with all these people, that they have found with all of how our norming groups look, they don't know if it's the same exact pattern when we give them tests in Spanish, okay? So you'll see it, but it's really meant to be used in caution. And like we talked about earlier this morning, there was a question about how do we make sure that we're being fair in our testing. This is a tool. This tool does not automatically mean that you test it in a fair manner. It's just a tool to look at the impact of culture and language. It could be a helpful tool, but it's not automatically means that you did everything we were supposed to be doing, right? Now, I'm going to be very upfront that not everyone in our field, imagine this, agrees on everything. So much controversy all over our field. So, the CLIM, there's definitely some people who don't agree with the use of it. There's some people who have some questions about the research about it. And so Dr. Samuel Ortiz, who also is the creator of that Ortiz PVAT, he was interviewed on the School Psyched podcast. And you can either go to that YouTube link up there or in our Google Drive folder. When we were looking at right before the break, I had mentioned that you could download a free version of the CLIM under CLIM Research and Resources. You will also find a direct link to that podcast there, as well as like a PowerPoint about myths and misconceptions. There's a bunch of information that's available there. So if you have concerns, you've heard concerns, you've had other people who have expressed concerns about the use of that, I just wanted to share that there is some available information for you to take a look at. Okay. So before we broke for lunch, we were talking about ways to look at the impact of culture and language on the students that we are evaluating. And I had mentioned that when I had worked at that school where we had amazing MTSS, that I was able to look at that information up here at this beginning level. Because in the pre-referral arena, I had all of this data. We had all of these kids to compare the data to, and we were doing a lot of that work over here. The school I'm at right now, we don't even use universal screening data. It makes me cry when I'm there sometimes, all right? We definitely do not have tier 2 interventions. Of course, there's no progress monitoring data at the high school level. At the elementary level, they do have some reading programs. They are working on some universal screening information. But still, when our school psychologists go to those SST meetings and they're like, well, what's the data to show how they're doing in this great reading program? Most of the time, the response is, what do you mean by data? And we're like, what do you mean? What do I mean by data? Like, how is the kid progressing? You're doing pre-testing and post-testing, right? We're checking on something. And they're like, no. Okay, next step for you guys, right? We're all working on things. We're all where we're at. So because I don't have this anymore, I have to enter in this comparison data at another part in the process. So very typically, when we get an assessment plan signed, right, we're reviewing the student's records. We never want to wait to the last minute, right? You never want to do that on day 59 of your timeline. That's when you open up the CUME, because that's when you find the most interesting information, right? You're like, oh, I didn't know he had that diagnosis, right? Those things make us sad. We don't want to wait till the last minute. We like to interview and observe students. I always love to observe a student before they know who I am, right? I usually go out of my way to do that. It's so interesting to me how many times, though, that kid will look at me in the classroom and turn around and wave. They're like, I know you're in here for me. And I'm like, how do you know these things, right? I always love when I'm always trying to be very nonchalant in the classrooms. And then, like, I don't know, when you're in the little kid classrooms, they're like, whose mom are you? And you're like, shh, you know. Then ideally, we are giving some sort of language proficiency tool, right? We talked about that this morning to help us figure out with the assessment modality. And then that assessment modality is going to help us determine which assessment tools that we are going to be taking a look at. But at some point along the way, we really want to, and we're going to use this word validate these English scores if English has been decided as the assessment modality that is going to yield the most accurate information for our students. So this is where the CELIM comes into play. Okay, so it's just a different place in the process here. Okay, and then once we've done that, we might have to do a little bit more testing, never know. And then of course, everything is an IEP team decision. So, yeah. Yes.
Does the CELIM include information for tests that SLPs use for assessment?
Great question. Yes, it does. So it's going to have cognitive processing and language. Those are the three main categories that we're going to have. There's some academics, but it's mainly listening comprehension and oral expression. And the reason for that is that pattern or that profile that we typically see, there's not the same kind of research to say that we would expect that for reading, writing, and math, right? It's a little bit different kind of skills that we are looking at. So let me go ahead and open up the program here. And again, for anyone who's using the free version, you're not going to see the same welcome kind of screen. You're just opening up and it's going directly to the CELIM part. So for those of you who are using the XPAS program, what we're going to be doing, I would encourage everyone who's using this part of the program to move on the welcome screen. It says experienced users. I would actually encourage you to move it either to the intermediate or the advanced mode. Many times it defaults to being in beginner mode, and beginner mode gives you a lot of pop-up windows. And what I find is most people don't read them, they're annoyed by them, and they just try and make them go away. So the intermediate mode will still give you some pop-up windows for interpretation, but they're not as annoying as they are at the beginner level. In addition, I'm hanging out with you here today, and so being in intermediate mode is probably appropriate because I'm going to be giving you the step-by-step directions on using this program. So for those of you who are using this version of the program, once you're in here, we're going to go ahead and go to the start page by using the blue button on the start. It's going to acknowledge that it is in intermediate mode. I'm going to turn off my volume so not everyone has to hear that every time. Okay. Now, my program has already been used a number of times, and so I need to start a new student so that I can play around with this information today. So in order to start a new student, for those of you who are newer to the XPASS program, again, if you're on the free version, you don't have to go through all these steps. You're just going to wait patiently for me to get there. All I need to do is go over here to the drop-down menu that says Open Save Data Record, and you actually can save up to 500 students into this program. So all I would need to do is find a blank space, and I would click on one of those blank spaces, and the program knows I'm trying to start a new student. So I'm going to go ahead and click on OK. And for anyone who's playing along with me, what I'm going to encourage you to do is actually one of two things. Either if you have students' information, like on your laptop, or for those of you in Zoom in your offices, if you've got a kid's file right next to you and you've got all the protocols there, you may want to, if you're using this program, put in that kid's information. But for everyone else, we're just going to make up numbers. I love making up numbers. So I'm going to just type in a pretend student's name. I'm going to use today's date as the date of evaluation. I'm going to make up a birth date for my student. And then based on that age, I think they're supposed to be in 4th grade. Now, for my friends in the room, could you just quickly raise your hand? Is anyone using the version on the XPASS program with me today? A little bit? Okay. So for those of you in the room, if you're using this version, this program, as you likely know, can be a little particular some days and be a little quirky some days. If any of you have any trouble, I'm here with you. I would love to come around and help you troubleshoot. Okay, so if you're using this program and you're in the room with me, you get that benefit of being in the room with me. So if something doesn't happen the way you think it's supposed to happen, please feel free to raise your hand and I will come around and we'll make sure to try and troubleshoot. Okay, if anyone's using the free version here in this room, when we get to those pages, if something happens on your computer, again, I'd be happy to help you. All of you at home, those 300 people, I can't help you troubleshoot every single one. So we do have some people who are monitoring and hopefully they can help you out, but I can't walk around to your computer. All right, so we're gonna put in some demographic information here, and then I just wanna point out that over here, where we have a place to create a new record, underneath that it says check the box if the examinee is an English learner. So this is where we get to tell the program the student is an EL student, okay? Now, for purposes of what we're doing today, we're really just using one part of this extensive Excel program. And so we're going to check the box, obviously, because we're talking about English learners today. But all I do want to point out here, it doesn't happen very often, but every once in a while we have families. We talked a little bit earlier when we came back from lunch with the questions that were sent in. Sometimes we have parents on the home language survey who choose to write English, 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 and we are all aware that they speak Spanish, 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 Spanish. Checking this box and using the CLIM is based on what you know about this family. If you think that this information, for those of you that you're newer to this CLIM, if you think this information could be helpful to analyze this information, and we all know that there's another language being spoken at home, feel free to use that too, okay? Doesn't happen very often, but parents make different decisions for different reasons, right? So this is just what do we know about this student to help us figure out how we want to help interpret this information. So I am going to go ahead and I'm going to check the box to indicate the student is an English learner. And then I'm going to click on the green button and create a new record. This pop-up window will just acknowledge that I'm trying to create a new record. I'm going to press OK. The program's going to take a couple of quick moments here. My program usually takes a little bit of extra time because I'm connected to the screen and we're recording. And then once it has been acknowledged, we'll go ahead and press OK. And I actually didn't want to press OK right away because I wanted to point something out. Sorry, I can't bring that back up. That pop-up window said the new data record has been created. And then it said, if you would like to go to the index tab, press OK. And if you'd like to stay here, press cancel. And this is a glitch in the XPath program right now. I'm hoping the next time they update it, they fix it, because it said if you press OK, it'll take them to the index tab. And we didn't go anywhere. So it is a little bit of a glitch in the program there. You just always have to remember what that said, which was index tab. And you're going to see the index circle on the top right of your screen. And we're going to go ahead and navigate to there. Now, for those of you who are newer to this program, many people use the XPath program because they are exploring or utilizing the pattern of strengths and weaknesses model for SLD identification. What I will say is that using just the CLIM, you're okay to just open up the program and use the CLIM. So if you're in a district that's using the discrepancy model, you can come in and just use this part of the program and then leave. It doesn't require you to actually use PSW to use this part of the program. Now the index tab is kind of like a home screen here. This is where we're going to see all the different places that we can navigate to. Everything is fairly color coordinated here inside this program. And so the CLIM analyzer is up here, that's blue. And then over here, most of our CLIM buttons are also in blue. This one's gray. I'm going to explain why in a little bit here. But always just know CLIM buttons are blue when we go to the index page here, okay? So I want to share with you that there are some step-by-step directions in this program on how to use it. And those are found over here under the CLIM index. So if we click on the CLIM index, it's going to give you a couple of different steps. And this is how we're going to go through this program here. The first step is determining the difference. Then it's entering scores into the program. Then it's evaluating and interpreting. That's all you have to know. So the first thing you have to tell the program is how do you want the program to interpret this information? What is going to be our comparison group? Okay. Now I know that the font is always, in my mind, like the smallest possible font that they could use to be in this program. So for those of you at home trying to read this, it's hard. It is like the biggest I can make it right now though. So I'm not going to read everything today, but I do want to read what it says up here for step number 1. Because it says proper evaluation of the test scores require a determination regarding the degree of difference the examinee exhibits relative to the degree of, and I'm going to mispronounce that word, acculturative, maybe, learning and developmental language proficiency in English compared to the test's normative sample. The notion of difference addresses how comparable the examinee's experiences and background are relative to other individuals of the same age or grade. Less comparability means more difference. A good starting point for making a determination involves assessment of the individual's developmental language proficiency relative to native English speakers, which is what we've already talked about, right? We want to test language proficiency first. After making the determination, indicate the degree of difference using the appropriate button below. The difference can be changed as desired on any tab. So what they're talking about are these 3 buttons right here. And you're going to see this on this page, but you're also going to see it on the other page where we're going to enter scores in. All right? Slightly different, moderately different, and markedly different. These are the names of our 3 comparison groups. Okay? Now the question is, what does all that mean? And the answer is, let's see what it says about all of these by clicking on that blue button that says difference ? Now, for those of you who do not have the XBAS software program, I want to share with you that inside your Google Drive folder, that tiny URL, if you go down to where it says CLIM Notes, what I did is I PDF printed the super small font, but for all of you at home or anyone in the room, you obviously can make it bigger on your screen, okay? So what we're doing right now is it moved us directly here to this yellow area that's going to give us information about these 3 different difference profiles. Oops. So what you're able to see as you read through this, and I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to review this information, you're going to take a look at language proficiency information, how long the student's been in this country, how long the family's been in this country, whether or not parents attended school in this country, what kind of programming has a student been a part of? Have they been in structured English immersion or in dual immersion programs? You're going to take into account all the information you know about the student to figure out who's our appropriate comparison group. Because I don't want to pretend like there's one group of English learners out there, right? Instead, there's 3 groups. Slightly different, moderately different, and markedly different. So I'm going to give everyone an opportunity, whether you want to read it on your screen, or again, if you don't have the XBAS software program, you can also find this in the Google Drive folder under CLIM Notes. And as you're reading through these 3 different profiles, I want you to think about your students that you work with. And I want you to think about where is the large majority of your kids. Okay, so I'll give you a couple of quick moments here. So that middle profile there, moderately different, you can see in the parentheses that it says this is the default level, the most likely degree of difference for most evaluations. So as you were reading through it, you may have thought, yeah, that's where a lot of my students are that I work with. Not everyone though. Some of your students might be slightly different. Some of your students might be markedly different. I always try and think of my slightly different students are my students who are usually like 3rd or 4th generation in this country. Parents likely attended high school in this country, right? My students that I have worked with, my English learners over my 20 plus years, they're mainly in that middle group. That's where a lot of my EL students are. And then markedly different, I always like to acknowledge, is markedly different. Think about your typical EL student and then think about the very different one, right? Sometimes these are newcomers. Sometimes these are the ones you're like, why are we testing this kid? He's been here for 10 minutes, right? And we, a lot of times, disagree with these evaluations. But sometimes they're appropriate. Sometimes we find interesting things about our kids and we do test them right away, right? Sometimes we have kids who have been in a special school. And when we find out more, we're like, oh, that was like a special ed school. Yeah, come along. Right? Sometimes I've had students who have come over to our country and the parents are like, oh, you're going to put them in 4th grade? Okay. I mean, it took them like 3 years to get through 2nd grade. And you're like, 3 years it took them? All right. We might want to talk with you a little bit more, right? So markedly different is going to be our markedly different student. And what we're going to see here is choosing these different difference levels is going to choose our comparison group, and it's going to help us with the interpretation. Okay? So step number 1 when we are going to be evaluating our student is really looking at all the information we know about our students, slightly different, moderately different, or markedly different. And again, as you were reading through that information in yellow, if you were like, wow, we don't ask these kind of questions, or I don't know this information, it might be an interesting thing to talk about back at your school site or with your job alike groups. How are we gathering some of this information so that we have enough detail about our student to make a good decision here? Okay, so we already did that. Then the next step we're going to be doing here is we're going to be entering the scores into the program. For those of you using the free version, it is going to look a little bit different because you're not going to see the drop-down menu, okay? But for everyone who's using it through the XBAS program, we're going to, in a moment, move to the CLIM Analyzer. we're going to see that there's a drop-down menu where you're going to choose the name of the test that you administered, likely in English, to your English learner. We're going to enter all of our scores in, and then we're going to click a red button that says Clear Unused Test, because that'll take away the name of any subtest you did not administer. Rarely do we administer everything from a battery, right? So it'll move it away, it'll give you more room, and then you're going to choose your next test from the drop-down menu. We're going to go through this. Now, academic information we already talked about, that's not going to go in here. So reading, writing, and math is not going to go in here. And then we're also going to see that we're not going to put any index or composite scores, okay? We're only going to be putting in individual subtests. The only people who use the word test is the Woodcock-Johnson people, right? All of their individual ones are actually called tests, not subtests, but we're not going to put in any composite scores in there, and I'll show the reason why here in a moment.
Here we go. Is there a checklist that we can use to prove they can be categorized into the 3 categories, or is it based on our own interpretation?
There's not a checklist that I've ever seen that has been created, but it doesn't mean that your group can't create one, right? Again, you can kind of go through and you might be able to say, like, what do I know about this? What do I know about this? What do I know about this? But I haven't heard or seen any checklists that exist out there. Has anyone else? I haven't seen one either. Okay. If you're in this yellow area like I am, I'm going to find this blue button down here that says CLIM Analyzer. All right. CLIM Analyzer is where we're going to want to go. And this now, for those of you using the free version of this program, kind of looks like one of your tabs. So for those of you using the free version, you're going to be using mainly the tabs along the bottom to navigate. So you're going to want to navigate to one where you see these 9 different cells. On the free version, sorry about that. On the free version, you're not going to see this drop-down menu like we have here. Instead, kind of similar to what you see along the top in the red and the purple and the turquoise, if you're on the free version, you're going to want to click on that button to find the name of the test you administered. But if you're using the version inside the XPASS program, do not click on those buttons at the top. You're going to want to click on the button to give you the drop-down menu, and then all you're going to do is scroll and be able to find the test that you administered. So if you, again, have your own kiddo, I saw some of you in the room like pull out some protocols. All you would do is find the first protocol that you administered to your student. If you are making up scores, think about the tool you most often give to your students. Are you a big fan of the KBC? Do you give the WJ? Are you a big fan of the WISC? Are you a big fan of the CAS? Whatever test you usually like to start with. And if you're not in the role of a school psychologist, think about the name of the test you hear the most at in your IEP meetings. So if I clicked, for example, on the KBC2 here, and then gave the program a quick moment, for those of you who are frustrated that you can't see everything on one screen and you try and move up and it moves way up, it's the program, not you. Bless you, what the program does is it actually now, it just automatically moves all the KBC subtests into one of these 9 different cells, depending on the impact of linguistic demand and cultural loading. So all of these subtests up here are the ones that have low language and low culture. And then all the way down over here, where we can't even see on the screen, cell number 9, would be all of our high language, high culture. So here you would just enter in some scores. Again, if you have your own protocols, put in real scores. If not, make up some scores. You've tested enough kids in your lifetime, figure out what would be a pretty typical kind of score profile that you get for your students. And if you did not administer or you don't typically administer that subtest, you're just going to move past it, okay? And if you don't use the KBC and you use something else, pick something else, okay? I'm just going to put in some random scores here. Okay. So once you've put in some scores for that first test, then, and again, for those of you using the free version, it might look a little bit different. I apologize that I don't have both versions up and kind of toggling between both of them. In all honesty, the XPath software program is a pretty big file. And when I open up 2 different Excel files and one of them is this, it usually really bogs down the computer and it starts freezing, which is why I didn't download the other one here. Once you have entered in the scores for that specific test, over here you're going to see this red button that says Clear Unused Test. And when I click on that, every subtest name that didn't have a score next to it will just automatically go away. And then I can come back over here to the drop-down menu, and then I can find another test, right? So I can be like, oh, well, I usually give the C-top. I love a good C-top. And then all the C-top scores are going to be here. Now, I mentioned before that you're not going to put in index or composite scores, and this is the reason why. For those of you who are familiar with the C-top, memory for digits and non-word repetition combine together for an overall composite for phonological memory. But in this case, one subtest is up here in cell 2, and another subtest is in cell 5. There's no place to put a composite, right? Because we're not looking at overall skills, we're really looking at language and culture, and the composite score won't make sense on this page, which is why we do not include it, okay? So again, I'm just making up some scores here for mine. For those of you who have actual scores, go ahead and put them in for whatever test you gave your student. Now, I want to point out something that happens sometimes when you're doing this process, and it's going to be dependent on which test you decided to start with. Sometimes as you go through this process, you're going to choose it from the drop-down menu, put in your scores, click the red button. Find the next test you gave, put in the scores, click the red button. Sometimes what you're going to find, for example, if I gave the KBC and the C-top, but then I also gave some things from the WISC, right? For those of you who are school psychologists would probably agree with me that the KBC is missing processing speed. I wish it had it. It doesn't. If I want processing speed, I'm going to have to pull it from something else. So let's say I gave the WISC, and for all of you who are horrified that I would just give coding and symbol search from the WISC, don't do it. You need to be comfortable with all your decisions. So let's say I decided to give the WISC so that I could get processing speed. Coding is one of the subtests, and I would put my coding score in here. But if I look around, symbol search looks like it's missing. And this is why. I actually know that symbol search belongs in this cell here. And I'll share with you why I know that. The reason why it's not on this list is because everything for the WISC, just like everything else, is in ABC order. And there's not enough room, and it stopped at D for digit span, and symbol search is an S. But I know it goes in that space there. So what I would do is I would just pick one of the other ones that I'm not using, and I would just scroll on down, and I would actually find it there. Okay. So then I could put in my scores for symbol search and coding. Now, how did I know that? I know that because I use my tests very frequently. We all have our favorite batteries that we use. You will start to just know where all of your test scores go. But more importantly, there's this yellow button over here that says CLTC reference. This, when you press on it, gives you a list of every single subtest that falls under each of the 9 cells. If you printed it, it would be very, very long. But that is something to use if you choose your test from the drop-down menu and you can't find a subtest. Trust me, every subtest should be there as long as it's not reading, writing, or math. So if you're like, ooh, it should be there, it's probably in the one that's full, okay? But you can come over here to CLTC reference and you can find it. I'm going to go back up to the top of my screen, top right, CLIM Analyzer, and come on back over here. Now, someone had asked earlier about speech and language test. So from the drop-down menu, just going to go over to C's. All right, so we've got the Self-5, we've got the Castle, right? Some of our favorite speech and language tools. So you are going to find a lot of our speech and language tests here as well, okay? For those of you whose districts use the Wyatt or the KTEA, you will find those tests, but when you click on those buttons, the only things that are going to show up are more the language ones, the oral expression and listening comprehension. Okay. Yeah.
Real quick, someone asked on the free sample, when I input my scores, some of the boxes are red. What does that mean?
They're red. I wish I could see it.
Mm.
I would just want to double check that, especially if you're making up scores, that you're putting in scaled scores when scaled scores need to be there, and standard scores if standard scores need to be there. But off the top of my head, I don't know the answer to that one. But we are going to take a stretch break here in a little bit, and I will double check that. Okay. I know, obviously, I mainly use this one, so usually I can visualize this version, but I do want to make sure to be able to answer that question. So for anyone in the room who's using the version in the XPass program, are there any questions about entering in the scores? Is your program being nice to you? It's not freezing yet. Because I forgot to tell you, because I know some of you walked in the room knowing we were going to use this program, and you might have already had it open this morning. Usually what I tell you is during lunch to close it down. This program is a really big program, and it takes up a lot of space on your computer. And so just as a quick acknowledgement to everyone, if you open up this program, not the free version, but this one, do not have it open all day on your computer in real life. By the time in the afternoon, your computer's going to be so mad at you. All right. So come in, use the program, save, and then exit out of the program and let it nap. Okay. I had someone who was telling me, you know, sometimes people, they never even shut down their laptop. They just close the top of it. Right. And they never actually ever close their computer. She had, I know, all of our tech people are just, can't even handle that. I shut mine down all the time. Someone had mentioned they had this program open for like days, and they were like, yeah, it doesn't work very well. I'm like, no, you have to close it down. Minimally, you have to close this down. Oh, sorry, tech people in the back. They're squirming about this. Yeah. Okay. So we put in our sample scores. Okay. So what I'm going to ask everyone to do is just take a deep breath from where you're at. We're going to go back over to CLIM Notes. For those of you who have the XPass program, if you've finished entering your scores in, you're going to scroll to the top of your page, and in the top left, you're going to see CLIM Notes. And for those of you who don't have this version, then you again can look at the CLIM Notes in the Google Drive folder, because all I did was PDF print this for all of you. And we're going to go past that yellow area. And I just want to give everyone an opportunity to read through the information in step 2 for data entry instructions and step 3 for data entry considerations. And if you still have some time, we'll see everyone's reading fluency skills. Step number 4 says data entry special note. Okay. The reason why we spend time reading during these trainings is because all of you are super busy human beings in your real life, and you'll never ever find this time again. So we're here, so let's take some moments to read it. So again, we're in CELM notes, steps 2, 3, and 4. No, there's no drop-down menu on the free version. You're going to use for those of you using the free version, you're just going to use the names of the tests at the top. And if you have a test that doesn't have its own name, then you might want to consider buying this version. If the C-TONI's not there, you can't enter in scores on your own. Yeah. The free version will only get you so far. There's a reason why it's free. For those of you who have the XPAS version, the tests that are not in there yet are the RAML 3, the test of orthographic competence 2. I think that's it. Okay. If you give the RAML 3, just enter in RAML 2 information. RAML 3 is almost exactly the same as a RAML 2 subtest, so you'll still get all the subtest names, pretty much, unless you give like that one new one. So I just bring up these different steps to remind you that inside this program, there's a lot of information that will answer a lot of your questions about why do we do this or why do we not do this, all right? There is some good information that's in here. I'm going to scroll back up to the top of my screen, and I'm going to go back to the CELM Analyzer. Again, those of you in the free version are probably using the tabs along the bottom. And for those of you who have been entering scores in, if you go past the 9 different cells at the top, you're going to notice some graphs that are automatically being created. The first graph has 5 bars. We'll talk about how did we get from 9 cells to 5 bars in a quick moment. And then, I can't remember off the top of my head how many graphs our free version has. Definitely the XPAS version, you will have 3 additional graphs underneath. In the additional graphs underneath, there are spaces for 9 bars, but most of the time you're not going to have all 9 bars. And that's because up above in the 9 different cells, we rarely fill in information in every single cell. And that's okay. All right, you don't have to have numbers in every single cell. For those of you who read steps 2, 3, and 4, you know that's okay too. All right, so we'll talk about all of these graphs in a quick moment here. And then we'll go and we'll do a quick stretch break here in a quick moment. Okay, so that first graph is a summary of the information within the 9 cells. Obviously, 5 bars, 9 cells, there's some summarizing going on. I have a visual that'll hopefully help you understand that. The subsequent graphs, as I said, provide information for each of the 9 cells. That next graph is both culture and language combined together across all the 9 different cells. And then the other graphs underneath it are looking at culture and language separately from one another, okay? But let's talk about that first graph. That's one that I spend a lot of time looking at and making sure I understand. But there's 5 bars, but 9 cells. So I tried to figure out different ways to explain this. This is my newest way. Hopefully it helps. For those of you who are looking at your 5 bars in your 5-bar graph, that first bar way over here on the left-hand side is the information solely from cell number 1. Your second bar is going to combine this information and this information from the cells at the top, okay? The information is combined diagonally, okay? Your third bar in the middle are these 3 cells combined together. The fourth one are these 2 cells combined together, and the last bar way over here on the right-hand side is this cell all by itself. It's hard to notice it, but if I go back to my 9 different cells at the top, see how much I can get on one screen here. The shading where it says cell number 2, and the shading behind where it says cell number 4, the shading actually matches. The shading behind cell 5, cell 3, and cell 7 down here, the shading behind this actually matches. It's like a little Easter egg, right? Okay. Then you will notice that in all of those graphs, there is a shaded area that's kind of pointing downwards. Okay, I'm going to say this, we're going to take a break, and then we'll make sure we really understand that. The shaded area in the graph represents your comparison group. When you are looking at how your kid performed on these tests that we gave in English in comparison to other EL students, that's where your comparison group shows up. That shaded area represents how typically developing EL students perform when I give them the KBC and the CTOP and so forth. Another term that you will hear being used is that is considered the expected pattern. If all of the bars for your student hit or exceed the shaded area, that means your students' scores are just like non-disabled EL students. And that is likely going to be an exclusionary factor. Okay? We're going to look at exactly what does that mean, what are some examples of different graphs, how do I interpret all these different graphs. We're going to get into that when we come back from our break. Let's go ahead and just take a quick stretch break here. Okay, we're going to go ahead and come back together. You guys can hear me in the back? Okay. Any questions that I need to address from the Zoom chat? Oh, okay, so one of the questions that came up, I was trying to recreate the free version, why someone was getting red. I couldn't recreate it. So we do know that we're either putting in scaled scores or standard scores. So we're never putting in raw scores. So this program is looking at the test information already scored. Okay, this program is not helping you score tests, it's helping you interpret the scores from your test. So some tests you're gonna have are gonna give you scaled scores, where 10 is average, plus or minus 3 on either side. And some of your tests are gonna give you standard scores. It just depends on the tool that's being used. One of the things that I wanted to point out here is whether you're using the free version or the version in the XPAST here, what the program does, even when I use these scaled scores, it will automatically transition everything to a standard score. And then you'll notice at the bottom of each of our cells, there is an average. Okay, this is the information that's being utilized either all by itself or summarized diagonally to create those different bars. Now, for those of you who have familiarity with the rest of this program, most of the rest of this program does not use mathematical averages. These are averages, okay? So it's a little bit different than what a lot of us are used to for those of you who have familiarity using the XPAST program. Okay. Nope, that's not where I wanted to go. Okay. So there's 4 main types of graphs that you are likely going to see. And when I say graphs, we're going to be focusing our attention right now on that first graph that has the 5 different bars. There's 4 main scenarios that you're going to see. And you'll notice that from this list, the first one uses the term invalid, and then the next 3 use the term valid. So we're going to talk about what this means by using the word invalid, because we use the word invalid as assessors in kind of a slightly different way than it's being used here. Okay, so we'll talk about that in a quick moment here. Then underneath, or not underneath, next to all of the terms valid, you'll notice all of our acronyms here: SLD, intellectual disabilities, SLI. I want to be super clear here. the CLIM is not an eligibility decision maker, okay? If you get a graph that's similar to what we see in profile number 2, it does not automatically mean the child is eligible under SLD. All it means is we often see this with kids who end up being found eligible under SLD, but it does not automatically move all the way to eligibility. For those of you unfamiliar with the term GLD, this is not a disability classification. It stands for General Learning Difficulty, and some information out there uses that term. Now, we usually use the term slow learner, right? So it's just another way of saying that. We're going to see these. This might be a kid who actually is eligible under intellectual disability or a student who just has lower cognitive abilities, okay, but may not be eligible for special ed. So let's take a look at these profiles. Let's take a look at this first graph example here. When you look at this first graph, some of you in the room actually feel like really nice and calm because it's so pretty, right? It's so beautifully pointing downward. It's just cascading on downward, and it's right there within that shaded area. Remember what we said before our break. That shaded area, and just to be really clear, we're talking about this yellow area right here, right? It's yellow on my screen with the dotted line moving downward. That is what we're referring to as the shaded area. This is your comparison group. This is the expected range. This is how typical EL students who do not have disabilities, this is how they tend to perform on tests when we give them tests in English. If your kiddo scores look just like every other English learner's who doesn't have a disability, then we might have a big problem calling this child disabled, right? So the term that is used here is invalid. But again, you and I usually use the word invalid when we think something like spoiled a subtest, right? A fire drill happens in the middle of a time test. A kid starts talking to you in the middle of a time test. I don't know what it is about time tests that make kids want to tell me a story about what they did that weekend. And you're like, no, nope, focus there, story next. So it doesn't mean invalid like throw away the scores. It's invalid because your kid's scores look just like what we would expect for an English learner. The scores are primarily being impacted by these cultural and linguistic factors if all of the scores are within or above that shaded area. So the term invalid here, we're calling this invalid to call this a learning disability. It may be invalid to be called a language disability, right? Or a language impairment. Because we think culture and language appear to have been the primary factor, it's invalid to all of a sudden be like, oh, but they all happen to be low and I found a discrepancy or this. That's why exclusionary factors are always attached to all of these, how do I want to put it, eligibility discussions for SLD. Right? Whether we use the discrepancy model or an RTI model or a PSW model, we're looking at that information, but then we have to look at all these exclusionary factors. We may have a discrepancy. We may have a pattern of strengths and weaknesses, but if culture and language are the primary reasons for that situation, then it's an exclusionary factor. In the same way that I can have a student who has a discrepancy between their very nice cognitive ability and their reading decoding skills, and it's likely due to phonemic awareness. Oh, you missed 100 days of school in first grade? That might be the primary reason for this situation, right? So even though our numbers line up nicely, that's why we have these exclusionary factors here, okay? Now, I just want to come back here. This, in my world, is rare. I don't see this very often. And in my mind, that's a good thing. Because that means that my teams that I am working with are doing a nice job at the referral level to help us figure out who's a good student to evaluate. And then they're not referring or over-referring kids whose overall profiles just look like typical EL students. Now, I've worked at a lot of different schools. I've worked at schools where we have a lot of English learners. And in those schools, a lot of times my teachers become really good in noticing typical and atypical development for my EL students. And I don't get a lot of these at all because they're really good at being like, yeah, that kid's struggling, but this is what I know about second language acquisition. We would expect these things. But I've also worked at schools that have a very low number of EL students. And in those cases, those kids sometimes stick out at those schools. And in those cases, I get a lot of EL referrals. I had one school one year, we had those dreaded retention meetings in kindergarten. I don't know about you, but I hate a kindergarten retention meeting because I'm usually the only one going, this doesn't work, by the way. In case anyone was wondering, this doesn't work. And I was at a school that had a really low number of EL students, but we talked about 10 kindergarten students that day, and every single one of them was an English learner. At a school where we didn't have a lot of EL students, I found that weird. Someone might consider that discriminatory. Sometimes we look at that and we're like, we're obviously not doing enough for our EL students if almost all of them are being brought up to possibly be retained, right? So most of the time, I don't see this, and I'm okay with that because this would tell me, if I saw this a lot, I would have a lot of conversations with my referral team about, let's talk about appropriate referrals here because we're not quite understanding what is I would expect for English learners in their academic development and what's really atypical here, right? So when we have these scores, that first graph looks like scenario number 1, I do want to say that if I'm going to go to an IEP meeting and say, wow, your kid is struggling, we found some lower scores. But I think culture and language are the primary reasons. Just like any exclusionary factor, I got to feel pretty confident with that. So there are some other things to look at, and I have to admit, because I don't have the free version up here, those of you using the free version, you can let us know if all of these different things are available. I mainly look at that first graph, and for most of my students, that gives me the information that I need. But if my first graph looks like this scenario number 1 and everything's beautifully in that shaded area, that's when I like to look at the other graphs. So as a reminder, I'm going to start here. Now, when you look at mine, and it's hard for me to see it on my screen too. I'd have to get really close to it. That one's like barely hitting it. This one, it's hard for you to see. It's like kissing it. Like there's a little itty bitty bit that's in there. That, you're like, that's definitely above it. That's right within it. So let's go back really quickly because we talked about the difference profiles. And the program, as I said, it defaults to that middle difference profile, right? So when you use this program, unless you go in to change it somehow, will always default to moderately different. If you go right above that first graph, you will notice that once again, we have these 3 difference profiles. Slightly different, moderately different, and markedly different. If you click through them on your screen or look at it on my screen, what it does is it changes the comparison group. We have different expectations for our students when they are in the slightly different category versus the moderately different category. We notice that shaded area moves down versus the markedly different category. If my pretend student for whose scores I just made up, if markedly different was an appropriate difference category, now those bars are all within or above the shaded area, right? You're interpreting it a little bit differently, which is why step number 1 is to figure out who is the appropriate comparison group, right? So that you're not just going through and playing with it and going, which one is the kid eligible under, right? So for those of you who are actually using scores for a real student in your life, then I want you, of course, to use the difference level that is appropriate for your student. We all read in yellow what those things are that we're taking a look at. So you would definitely want to make sure that that would match there. Now, I'm just going to move it here to markedly different for my pretend student, because I just want to show that if my graph was like super right there within these shaded areas, then the first thing I would do that you saw on that slide is I would go down and I would look at my other graphs, because now we're able to look at each of the cells separately. So now I'm able to go down and be like, well, if I separate these things out, is everything actually still within or below that shaded area? And I could go down and I could look at the group graph here that's again looking at culture and language together. Or I could go down to these other subsequent graphs where now I'm just looking at linguistic influences. And then this last graph where I'm looking at cultural influences. Yes?
And would you use the different categories of difference level?
So if we remember when we started the conversation after lunch, let me just go back up to the top. I apologize. Thank you everyone for your patience. It's not my computer, so it just takes me a little bit longer. Remember we started off with the CLIM index, and the step number 1 was to determine the difference. So when we went to the CLIM index and we clicked on that blue difference button, this is how we make that decision. It's based on what you know about your student and all of this different information. We were talking earlier this afternoon about maybe having a checklist. These are the things we'd want to know. That's the information I'd want to take into consideration. Okay. So one of the things that I would do if my first graph was very obviously all within the shaded area is I would go through and make sure all the graphs were all in that shaded area. And I would want to see if the other graphs possibly look like any of our other scenarios. And we're going to talk about those in a quick moment here. But I want to point out one other button that is available, definitely in the XBAS version. For those of you who have that version, I'm going to invite you to go back up near the top of the page, and we're going to come over here to this blue button right here that says Subtest Variability. Subtest variability with a question mark, if you click on that, what it will do is it will go through all of the different cells and it will let you know whether or not there's any major variability within the cells. Because remember what we said those are average scores. That makes a lot of sense when I have scores that are really similar to one another. But if I have a lot of variability, that average might not be a good representation anymore. So if you click on that blue button and then say yes or okay, it'll actually go through all of the different cells and it will help you understand about the variability in there. Okay? So again, if the first graph looks like that first one here, where everything's right there within the shaded area, we want to be really, really certain about this graph. I am not going to an IEP meeting and just throwing this graph on the table and been like, not eligible, without feeling really confident about that, right? Now let's look at another graph in comparison. This is scenario number 2. If you look at scenario number 2, you will notice some areas are right there within the shaded area, but some of them are very obviously below. How do we interpret that? What this is telling me is that at least 2 of these areas, culture and language don't appear to be the primary reason for this kid's score profile. There seems to be something else going on that would cause that first bar to be so much lower. Culture and language are obviously involved, right? You can't kind of take that away completely from our students, but culture and language is not the explanation for this, right? There's likely something else that is explaining this. It could possibly be a learning disability. Again, I never look at this and go, whoo, he's eligible. Absolutely not. All we do is we look at this, and what I see, how I interpret this, is that culture and language do not appear to be primary. They do not appear to be primary, okay? Again, some test scores may be impacted by linguistic and cultural factors, but those lower scores that we saw, we might be talking about a processing disorder here. We might be talking about a learning disability. Now, if I'm in a discrepancy district, I'm going to go look for my discrepancy. If I'm in a PSW district, I'm going to look for a pattern of strengths and weaknesses. But I feel really good that culture and language are not the primary factors. Okay. If you are an XBAS user and you do use PSW and you want to use the rest of the program, if your graph looks like scenario number 2, you actually can now transfer your scores into the rest of the program. You never have to enter scores in twice in this program for those of you who use the rest of the program to determine whether a pattern of strengths and weaknesses exists. There is, at the top of the page, a yellow button over to the side for transfer scores. Now, those of you using the free version, you obviously only have a free version of the CLIM. You do not have a free version of the rest of the program, okay? So for you, you're going to use whatever way that your district uses to look at learning disabilities. But for everyone who has the XBAS, you would just transfer the scores, and then you would go through your analysis for those of you who are familiar with this tool, okay? So cultural and linguistic factors don't appear to be the primary factor here. Remember, that's what we're required to say in our exclusionary factors. Not that they exist or don't exist, it's whether or not we think they're a primary factor, okay? Now, what about when we have scores that are above the shaded area? That means your student did better than the typical EL student. And you should go over and high-five your student, all right? They did better than expected. That's wonderful, all right? So that's how we interpret higher scores, okay? So again, if you are using the rest of this program, I just want to point out as well for those of you who use the XBAS program, if you transfer your scores, I just want to always remind people that for the area of comprehension knowledge, which was previously crystallized intelligence, this program analyzes this information differently. And when you're in those stages of this program, please watch for pop-up windows about that area, okay? Sorry. Because a lot of times we just look at pop-up windows and make them go away, but the pop-up windows around comprehension knowledge are actually helping you analyze the information, so don't ignore it, okay? I've been doing a lot of talking this afternoon. Go ahead and find someone sitting next to you. For all of my friends here in person, what about scenarios 1 and 2 are making sense to you right now? Go ahead and talk with someone sitting near you. All right. Let's go ahead and do a check-in with one another. For anyone here in person, I definitely want to check in. Are there any questions that are coming up for you about how to kind of interpret if our scores look like scenario number 1 or 2? And I'll also check in with my Zoom friends. Are there any questions that are coming up in the Q&A? I've been addressing them along the way. I love it. Okay. Any questions from this group? Okay. I will tell you that for a lot of the kids that I work with, this is the kind of profile I tend to see. I tend to see that some things are in that shaded area and some things are below that shaded area. This is a typical profile for me. I get this a lot more than I get profile number 1 because my teams tend to do a pretty good job of figuring out typical and atypical second language acquisition so that I don't get a lot of profile number 1. When I get this kind of profile, what does it tell me? It tells me that culture and language are not the primary issue going on here. They might be contributing, but they don't appear to be primary. And I will tell you, I've really appreciated, I wish I had that word early on in my career, is contributing. Because a lot of times when I would get to the information about exclusionary factors, I felt like I needed to be like an all or none kind of situation. It's either like there and primary or like, nope, it's nothing at all. And I like having a middle category in my mind, and I use the term contributory. I'll use that not just for culture and language. I do that for the kids where, you know, these attendance issues aren't helping the situation, but they're not enough for me to say no to SLD, right? I might use that for my kids that kind of, we lost them for a little bit during COVID. We couldn't find them for a while. They were super inconsistent in their attendance, but they had a long history before that of struggling in school. And you're like, I don't think like missing a bunch of school during distance learning year, I don't think that's the primary reason, but I don't think it helped the situation. And I'll say, I think attendance may be a contributory factor, but not the primary factor. And that's helped me feel better ethically about like, I want to acknowledge this and kind of write it down that like, I think this is something going on. In this kind of case, I might say, I think culture and language, unfortunately, for most of our English learners, are contributing to the situation. But in this case, I feel pretty confident saying I don't think it's the main reason or the primary reason, okay? We were looking earlier today about that website, bilingualassessment.org. And remember, underneath the picture of the kids, we looked at report writing and we looked at some examples of assessment modality statements. She also includes some exclusionary factor statements. And she puts them in the same categories that I do. Not applicable at all, contributory, but not primary, and primary. So if you're looking for some other ways to kind of write up your exclusionary factor statements, there are a number of examples that are available on that bilingualassessment.org website. But I only want to give one caveat for that, for anyone who goes there to look at it. She does what most of us do, which is we read other people's reports and we're like, oh, I love that sentence. Oh, I love the way they wrote that. That was amazing. And we just open up our template and we're like, I want to keep this forever. If you look at her examples, they're huge paragraphs. She would never write that much about one student. She just threw in all the sentences she's read that she's liked. I don't know about you, I would much rather copy and paste and delete what I didn't need rather than try and come up with something off the top of my head at 10:30 at night when I'm trying to finish this report, right? Not that any of you are up late, right? You guys all get them done early. I know that about you, right? Okay. So those are our first two scenarios. We have two more to look at. These ones are a little bit easier to look at here because if we look at scenario number 3, there's a clear declining pattern, but this pattern looks very different than the other ones. Because if we look here, remembering that over here, these numbers over the side are standard scores. I don't think culture and language are the primary reasons for this situation. There appears to likely be a cognitive delay for this student. We might be looking at an intellectual disability, right? In these kind of cases, all of these scores are in the 60s and we get all the way down here to a 53. If they were a little bit higher, we might be talking about a slow learner, right? If they were like in the 70s, low 80s, but consistently there, okay? So this third scenario here, they're still considered valid. We do have that declining pattern, but the scores are really, really low, right? Those scores are significantly below the shaded area. So even though culture and language might be impacting somehow, we're probably talking about a cognitive delay, right? And those of you who use the rest of the XPAS program, you could transfer them, but we're probably not talking about a learning disability here, right? That's what that one says there. And then this is our last example, our fourth scenario here. Give you a moment just to take that on in. Okay, let me talk about this one, then we'll do that. So in this scenario right here, this looks in some ways kind of similar to 2, right? In that we have some things in the shaded area and some things below, but what you'll notice is what we have that's below is really off on this side, when language really gets impacted. This is the kind of scenario that we tend to see with our language impaired kids, okay? As we saw earlier, you can use speech and language scores in this program, okay? So sometimes if you are including speech and language scores, all of your information in its totality may be like, oh, wow, there seems to be a big influence on language. Now we have to figure out, did we test primary language, right? If this is your scenario and you don't have an SLP on your team, this is the time you go send them an email. You're like, do you have a couple minutes? I'd love to talk. And they're like, no, I know what this means, right? But this is my time at minimally, I want to go consult with them. I want to go share with them what my results have been, right? And most of my SLPs, they'll be like, ugh, we don't have time. But yes, I agree, we probably should have been on that assessment plan, right? So when we have this scenario here, we might be talking about a language impairment. Again, these graphs do not find students eligible, so there could be something else going on here, right? So in a lot of cases, even when we're looking at SLI, we're still ruling SLD in or out. So you may want to still transfer these scores and look at learning disability. And again, there may be a question on the table about assessing the student in their primary language if that hasn't already been done. If you've already done a language proficiency battery, that's likely already been taken into consideration. If your SLP tested in both English and Spanish, that's taken into consideration, right? I'm talking about those cases we haven't done that yet. Question from Zoom.
Please review the CLM profile from your made-up scores, since they do not systemically decline but appear to all be either within or very close to the shaded expected quote-unquote range.
Yeah, this person, like, they've seen the rest of my PowerPoint slides. That's where we're moving to in a quick moment. So before we get there, I just wanted to share that in your program, in your CLM notes, again, for those of you in the XPAS program, if you want to scroll back up to the top of your page and in the top left, go to the CLM notes. Again, for those of you who maybe don't have access to the CLM notes, you should have access to all of that in the Google Drive folder. If you scroll on down, we had read steps 2, 3, and 4, and they talked about entering the data. I wanted to point out here that we have interpretation part 1, step number 5. We have interpretation part 2, step number 6. And I just want to point this out because it's just an error. You'll notice that it says step number 6, interpretation part 2. And then if you keep going down, it says step number 6, interpretation part 2, but now it's bolded. It's the same exact information. I don't know why they did that. Someone didn't proofread, right? It's kind of like when you keep another kid's name in your report. It only shows up when you're like screen sharing it, right? So I just wanted to give you a couple of quiet moments just to go through the information, just so you know what type of information is available here. And then we'll go to my example. And then I have another example that I want to bring up. So I'm going to go back over to my example. I know I probably didn't give you enough time. I just wanted to point out that that information is available to you, because a lot of times when all we do is focus on the page or the tab where we're entering in scores, we might not even be knowledgeable or aware that there is other helpful information within this program. So someone had asked for me to go back to my made-up example, and how would I interpret these graphs? So I want to do it from a couple of perspectives, because we have 3 different difference levels, right? If my student, right, that I just totally made up, if I walked in here and I was like, actually, this is markedly different That's an appropriate comparison group from this kid. When I look at this one, I would be like, oh, this looks like scenario number 1. This is all within or a little bit above the shaded area. If this was an appropriate difference level for my kid, I would be like, I think culture and language seem to be the primary reason for this situation. But again, because I just made this up, we don't quite know, right? In complete contrast, if I had a slightly different profile, if that was the appropriate profile for my student, now we look at it and we're like, all right, is this profile 1? No, not everything's in the shaded area. Is it like profile 2? Well, it looks a lot more like profile 2, right? We have some things in the shaded area, but some things are definitely below. This looks more like profile number 2. How would I interpret this if this was the correct difference level? I would say I don't think culture and language are the primary reasons. Seems to be something else that's explaining these lower scores. Now I'm going to go look to see if the kid has a learning disability. That's how I would interpret it if that was a correct difference level. The large majority of our kids, though, are in that middle area right there, moderately different. In this case, if that was the appropriate way, and this happens to me sometimes, I don't like this and I don't like this. I wish they were either really in it or really not in it. When they're like kissing it, it really, really bothers me because I'm like, how am I supposed to interpret this? In those kind of cases, I would immediately look at the other graphs. And then when I look at the other graphs, now I can see that second bar that's labeled of an 84 is definitely below the shaded area. So how would I interpret this now? Now I would say, you know what? I think there's something else going on. Culture and language do not appear to be primary situations here, the primary factor. Okay? So when I have a question about the first graph, that's when I go to the subsequent graphs to help me interpret. If the first graph is obvious, right, like it was I love Excel. That's obviously below. If this was my graph, I have to tell you I'm done. I'm done with this part of the program. If this was my graph, there's no question that some things are below that. I would just immediately transfer these scores if I was in a PSW district, and I would go ahead and analyze them for pattern of strengths and weaknesses. If it's obvious, I don't tend to look at the other graphs. The other graphs, in my mind, are there to help me interpret when there's borderline kind of situations going on, okay? And then remember, because I have the version in the XPass, I could always go on back up here, and instead of just eyeballing to see if there's any subtest variability, I could click this blue button and it would go through all my cells to tell me if there's any major variability. Because I can tell you just right here, I've got a 5 and a 10, right? I got a lot of variability going on there, right? So that's how I would interpret those different graphs. Did that help over there with my Zoom Q&A? Okay. We looked at that. We looked at that. Okay. There are a bunch of other tabs that are available for those of you who have the XPass software program. We've taken a look at some of these. So as I mentioned, if you're on that analyzer, you would then transfer the scores over, and then if you're using the rest of the program for PSW analysis, you could do that. For those of you who do use the XPass program to analyze more than just the CLIM, I didn't bring this up at the beginning, but you would want to use the CLIM analyzer first, right? We want to go in there first to validate the scores because in all honesty, if your kids' scores look like profile number 1, you probably don't need to do all of the interpretation and use the rest of the program because you're already going to say culture and language are rule-outs for this kid. The CLTC reference, that was the list of all the tests by the different cells. And then I did want to share some different statements. Some people like to use the CLIM and they like to talk about the CLIM within their report. So when I go into a new district, because I help out at a lot of different places, that's one of my questions. Do we use the CLIM in this district? And if so, do we feel comfortable talking about it in our reports? Do we include graphs or do we not include graphs? Do we just use narrative information? So inside the XBAS program, up at the top right, there's a blue button that says Statements. When you click on that, what the program provides for you are sample interpretive statements. If you would like to talk about the CLIM, reference the CLIM within your report, there's some examples of language that you could use. And for those of you who work in a district that has more than just you in your position, I would highly encourage you to bring this up at a meeting and be like, what kind of language are we comfortable using? So these statements are set up in the same way as the 4 profiles that we just talked about. Statement number 1 refers to profile number 1. Remember, those are the invalid results when everything's in the shaded area. So what the authors put for us here is both a simplified statement and a detailed statement. For a really long time, they had only provided for us a detailed statement, and I have to admit, talking with a lot of school psychologists and speech and language pathologists and other evaluation team members, when they saw the detailed statement, not only were they concerned that it wasn't parent-friendly, they were concerned it was barely school psychologist friendly. A lot of people look at the detailed statement and they were like, I don't know if I understand this. And you never, ever want to copy and paste something in your report that you don't understand. So finally, they gave us some simplified statements. Many people are a lot more comfortable with those simplified statements. Before the simplified statements came out in the CLIM, I had worked with a group because we were frustrated with the detailed statements and the psychologist didn't feel comfortable utilizing them. So also inside your Google Drive folder, there is a document that is called Revised CLIM Statements. And this was my work with a district to create our own simplified statements before those came out. So you can look at what Dr. Ortiz and his team created for the program. You also have that as well. Okay. Whew, I'm talking about a lot today on a Friday. Okay, so if you remember, we kind of started off our conversation this afternoon talking about where the CLIM comes into play. And we had talked about that it was really here in this super bright green that you can barely see on this screen. It looks much better over there. That we are validating these English scores. But I want to remind that we might have to complete more testing. Right? We may have to do that sometimes because we want to make sure that disabilities are present in both languages. Right? Assessment modality that we talked about hours ago now, assessment modality was really trying to figure out what's the main mode that I want to do for my assessment here. But for a lot of our English learners, even if we decide English is the way to go, we may have information to say like, but we should probably double check that this still exists in Spanish, right? Or whatever other language we have. If it's Spanish, once again, even if we mainly went down and we use the KBC and stuff like that, now I might start picking and choosing some subtests from the Batteria or the WISC-5 Spanish, the TAP Spanish, those types of things. So a lot of our kids struggle with verbal memory, right? It's a huge area of concern of why a lot of our kids are struggling in school. So before I decide as the school psychologist to go open up another protocol, I do want to double check a couple of places. Because depending on what you use for your language proficiency tool, you might already have memory in their primary language. If your speech and language pathologist was part of the team and they already gave the self in Spanish, I would ask them what recalling sentences was, right? We already have some data to look at. So before I open up another protocol, I'm bring the kid back into my office and find someone to come help me with some translation, I got to go find out and see, do we already have this information, right? Another thing that happens a lot for our students, of course, would be any sort of auditory or phonological processing difficulties. So I could decide to open up the TAP Spanish. I don't know about all of you. I can't wait for that to get updated. And then the Batteria also has some phonological processing as well, right? And many of you are aware of Stephen Pfeiffer's work with the FAR, the Pfeiffer Assessment of Reading. He's working on the FAR Spanish. So that'll be another tool that we will have available to be able to look at some of these skills in Spanish as well. I don't know when he said that's going to be coming out. But always want to make sure when we talk about phonological processing in other languages, we need to know, of course, about whether or not our students have ever received instruction in that language. And if so, how is literacy taught in that language? This is why it's so important. In English, we emphasize blending skills, segmenting skills, and manipulation skills. That's why the first 3 subtests on the CTOP look at all of those skills. However, in the Spanish language, blending is usually emphasized a lot more than the other 2 skills. Now, if you're taught to blend in a language and you learn a second language, rarely does someone have to teach you blending all over again, right? When I learned to read in English, and then in my school, we started learning Spanish in the 3rd grade, no one was like, let's remind you how to read, right? I just learned the new sound symbol correspondence. Blending skills transfer. However, for a lot of our kids who are in dual immersion programs, for a lot of our kids who have received literacy instruction in other countries, we always want to know, how were they taught this language? Because if things like segmentation and manipulation were not emphasized or taught, why would I expect that they would have that in their primary language? And I have to admit, I was sitting next to an interpreter helping me with the TAP Spanish when she was the one who looked at me and she said, you know, we don't teach these skills when we teach Spanish. And I said, no, tell me more. And she's like, yeah, we do a lot more blending. You know, the Spanish language is a lot more regular. I'm like, I know, that's why I love the Spanish language, because this letter makes this sound pretty much every single time. I love it. Why can't English be like that, right? And so it really made me aware, though, that even though a student might be struggling in manipulation on both the TAP Spanish and the TAPS English, if the student's never been taught that skill, I don't want to call that a disability. Because remember, phonemic awareness skills, right, blending and segmenting and manipulation have to be taught skills, right? Whereas fluid reasoning, we just learn that, right? Memory skills, those should be progressing as we're getting older. Phonemic awareness, if you've never been to school, I would not imagine that you all of a sudden know what to do with the sounds of the language. You have to be taught those things. So when we have districts that have those dual immersion programs, whether that's Spanish, I know that in our state we have French, we've got Mandarin, we've got lots of different ones. And in those cases, I would really want to have a conversation. Even if I was at the high school level, I'd love to have a little conversation with those kindergarten and 1st grade teachers who are teaching Mandarin and how to read in Mandarin. I'd be like, tell me how this is done. What skills are taught? How do you do this? So that I know how to interpret my information when the kid's in 5th grade or in 9th grade, right? So I really want to be as informed as possible, especially when we're talking about phonemic awareness skills, right? So, I just went on and on about that. Excellent. Look at that. And you have a whole slide that really talks about that. Excellent. Okay. So as we said, not all of our processing skills require explicit instruction, things like memory and fluid reasoning. And some of our processing skills are influenced by learning opportunities, right? I apologize for everyone out there who doesn't know GC off the top of your head. Obviously, I was using this slide somewhere else. That's talking about comprehension and knowledge skills. Those are all the verbal tasks. For all of you who listen to people talk about the whisk or you yourself give the whisk, that's vocabulary and similarities. On the KBC, that's verbal knowledge and riddles, right? Those are all of our verbal tasks. And one of the things we have to be really careful about is when those scores are low, we have to be careful about calling that a processing disorder, especially for our English learners, if we think those scores are low because of learning opportunities, right? If there's an environmental reason for lower scores, we do not want to call that a disability either, right? So we have to be cautious and thoughtful about all those pieces there. So if those CLIM scores are valid, again, if you're a discrepancy district, you're going to go hang out in the discrepancy world. If you're a PSW district, you're going to go hang out in the PSW world. If you're an RTI district, I would love to come and talk to you. We don't have many of those in California, right, that use RTI as an eligibility model, because most of our schools are really struggling with that in any sort of fidelity, right? So we've been talking about a lot of different things, and I'm just going to invite you to go back to the back of your handout. We haven't looked at it all afternoon. We were looking at what are some things that you personally might need to work on. What are some things you want to make sure to maybe bring up or talk to your school team about? And is there anything that you need to go back and talk about maybe with job-alike groups or at a district level based on our conversation this afternoon? So I'm going to invite you to go ahead and kind of add to that list if there's anything that you think needs to be added. For those of you out there in the Zoom world or here who have ever been to a training that I have ever done, I'm just going to say I'm done 15 minutes early. That never, ever, ever happens, ever. So we're going to have some time for Q&A, but I do just want to share that if anyone does ever have any follow-up questions for me, you can always reach out to me on my website, jennyponzuric.com. On the front page, if you scroll about 2/3 of the way down, there's a place for you to ask a question. In addition, I do have a weekly newsletter where I try and share different free resources and some different things like that. You are welcome to sign up for that on that front page. You can also use the QR code. And then I also have been, over the last year or so, been also including some different blog posts and free resources on the website. So if you've never checked out my website and you're looking for some free resources, we have stuff definitely for school psychologists, but we also have a lot of resources for academics as well as we spent a lot of time last year putting on a lot of resources for executive functioning as well. So I just want to say thank you all for either being here virtually or being here live. And I am very happy to answer any questions, but if anyone has to go, thank you for being here. You are super busy human beings. So thank you so much for spending your time here with me today, either virtually or in person, and good luck with the rest of the school year. We're almost there. All right.
We do have a couple of questions in the chat. Is CLIM applicable to African American students? And then in parentheses, Larry P. Not really sure what that means.
Oh, I know what Larry P.
Okay. And then let me just follow up with the second question. When will XPass be updated again? I believe using 2.4.
Yeah. So let me address the first one. Is this applicable to Larry P? When the CLIM was created, it was looking at how English learners performed on tests we gave in English. I don't believe any of our norming that was done with our test would ever have placed an African American student just for being an African American student into that population. So I would say in general, no. The next question about when will it be updated? We are on XPass version 2.4, so that is the most up-to-date version. That was the version I was using today. I did have a recent conversation with Dr. Alfonso. They are actually working on 3.0, and he said sometime next school year. And no, it will not be online. If that's a follow-up question, the answer is no, it will be Excel-based.
One final question in the chat. You have explained the CLIM beautifully. Do you also offer a general XPass training for SLD determination?
Yes, we did one last month here. Yes. So if anyone has any other questions or would like to reach out to me about any other topics, just feel free and head over to my website and I'd be happy to. I love talking about all things learning disabilities. All right, any questions from the group here? For anyone in the group who just doesn't want that microphone in your face, you also get the benefit that when we're done, I'll stay up here. And if you want to just ask me some questions, we can talk without microphones.
Thank you, Jenny. So we just want to thank everyone on behalf of Imperial County SELPA and our grant work on improving outcomes for English learners with disabilities. Thank you so much for joining us. And those of you that are registered through the OMS, once the recording is finalized, it will be sent out to you via the OMS, and it will also be posted to our website, including a certificate of participation. So thank you so much for joining us, and thank you again, Jenny, for being available to just give such amazing resources on such an important topic. So thank you.
Thanks
Thank
all
you,
for
everyone.
having me.
Thank you to our in-person friends. You're so quiet.